Okay. Is there a problem with the translation again? We're fine? Okay. Or so maybe let's try to settle so that we don't disrupt the proceedings. Our colleagues from Angola, are you okay? We are fine. Thank you very much.
It's okay. That's fine.
Thank you. And I was just saying that we need to now, this is the last day to do a self-talk, and I was sharing with you what I was listening this morning with Grace Shitenge Ngagula, where she was talking about the self-talk that matters, to introspect and try to get the reality of why we are here, and whatever we are sharing, is it only the talk, or we are going to implement what we are about to conclude, or the resolution that we are going to take today. And I remember having a good motivational speaker and speaker with one of our great women in this region, Bridget Kakombobe, if I pronounce it well. Bridget is a motivational speaker. When we got to the conference or to the meeting that we had, she asked each and every one of us to just write the 5 things that made us unhappy from the youngest age, as far as you can remember, right through to where we are now. And after writing those 5, I think you can just try that exercise. After writing those 5, you just pick one that is most highly affecting you, and so that we are able to identify and deal with it and be able to live a better life. And then she ultimately, at the end, where we all broke down, she asked us to be quiet and then be in the presence of our own funeral, so that we are able to just get it and think on what will people say, what will the speech of who and uncle and colleagues, what will they be saying about you. So maybe while we are now getting to the resolution that we will be sharing and coming to conclusion with, we should remember that we are here to represent our countries, and we are here to find the solution to be able to move the women and develop the young child or the girl child in sport. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I will ask Memuiponi Mashale to give us the gender action plan so that we start the day. We're getting the CEO or the CEO? My apologies, sir. Or they are hijacking you. Okay. Yes, as I was, while they are still discussing, think about your own funeral and let's talk later, and then you share with me. Thank you. Have a blessed morning.
Malebo, I'm always of the opinion that the last day must be one that is with pomp and fanfare. Now, you want us to be talking about our own funerals. But what a sobering moment, isn't it? I think for me, it's a sobering moment. And it challenges you to think about all the things you've done to the next person and to the people around you and what they'll remember you about. And I think that must challenge us in a very, very deep way. Good morning again, dear colleagues. I hope I find everyone well. I had an opportunity to meet most of us yesterday, I think, over lunch, and there was one very, very common request that was made by everyone. I said, can we have another dance night again? Okay, I can hear that applause and what it means. But I'm just here to say a very good morning to you, and I hope you have all had a very restful night. And that today is our, I call it the home stretch. And in this home stretch, this is leading us to what the Honorable Minister in his speech was mentioning, that we now need to carry something back home. Not resolutions, but carry action that we are able to implement. And I'm reminded of this gentleman who was standing in the field, in a field that had some crop, and he was standing in there. And a certain gentleman drove past and saw him standing in that field. And he drove back, and he still saw him standing in that field. When he came back the third time and he saw him, he parked his car. And he got out of his car and approached him and said, "Sir, when I drove here, I saw you standing exactly where you are. I came back this way, I saw you standing, and I'm here the third time. I'm still seeing you standing where you have been when I have driven past 3 times. Is anything the problem?" And the man said, "There's no problems with me. I am out standing in my field." We don't want to be out standing in our fields. We want to be outstanding. You don't have to be out standing in your field. You don't have to be out there standing and saying, "I was at a conference, we have resolutions," and you are out standing, doing nothing in your field. We need people that are outstanding. We need women that leave this place and go back to their countries and become outstanding in their field of driving this agenda. If you carry the resolutions and you say, "I was at a conference, I have good pictures, we danced the night," and nothing happens, you are out standing in your field. And you're not pushing things to happen. Before I leave this podium, and Dr. Chidakwa knows what I'm going to talk about. So a man is very sick in hospital. And his relatives feel that he might not make it. So they ask for a man of faith to come and pray with him so that his spirit can rest. But the man of faith, when he comes, he doesn't want just to pray with him. He begins to share a word with him before he can pray. And as he's sharing the word, the man is feeling a little bit uncomfortable. And the man of faith is now reaching the epic of his message. So he can't stop. He wants to relay the message to hit home. Until this sick man signals to him very desperately to say, "Give me a pen and paper." So the man of faith gives this man, the sick man, the paper, and he scribbles something very quickly and gives it to him. But because he's close to his prayer, he takes that paper and puts it in his jacket and he begins to pray. By the time he finishes praying, the man is dead. And the same man of faith is asked to come and officiate at the man's funeral. And as he's giving his testimony, he says, "I was with the dear departed, even on his deathbed. I had the privilege of sharing with him before he left us. In fact, he wrote me a small letter, and that's the same jacket he was wearing. He shoved his hand in his jacket, and he took the piece of paper that the man had written. And here is what was written there. Pastor, you are stepping on my oxygen tube." Sometimes we get so busy and we forget to think about the people around us. Sometimes we get so busy and we forget that we are stepping on other people's oxygen tubes. It is my hope that as we leave this morning and today and go back to our countries, number one, we are not out standing in our field. Number two, where we are standing, we are not stepping on anybody's oxygen tube. There are girls, there are women that are out there in the villages, in the rural areas, in the remotest of places. Women in sport is not for the cities and the towns and places where there's civilization and everybody has got everything. There is a woman who is somewhere in Bikita. There's a woman who is somewhere in Ndola. There's a woman that is somewhere in the villages that needs to understand that there is a way of getting an opportunity to reach a self-actualization. And that route for that woman is you and you and you and you. May we have a wonderful morning. And when we discuss this action plan, let's understand those two things. Let's not just march with the tide. Let's not be standing in the field. And when we stand, mind where you are standing. Don't step on excess tube. Thank you and good morning.
A round of applause for our CEO. A round of applause again. I thought I scared you, but this was very touching. You never failed to amaze, and your motivational messages always inspires us to be better. Thank you very much, CEO. I just want to share with you that there's the IWG will be coming, and they always have these wonderful messages. And there's one that say they once had that was saying, "Lead the change, be the change." I'm wearing a T-shirt. I will show you what it says. Determine the future, be part of the change. That was the last one. And now it says, change, inspire, change. Ms. Mwiponi, please come and share with us.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. CEO, I feel like I would just go to the groups because what I'm going to do after what you've said, I feel like it's not necessary. We just go and work. And I hope everyone is ready to do that. And again, I was laughing where I'm sitting when I see Sis Ndambi saying to you, because on Friday, when you talked about the wind and the sun, then I whispered to Patience and say, in the region, we have a wind, and her name is Ndambi. She drives with that force. So before I get into this action plan, I am going to kindly request that the leaders of the groups, you remember we had discussions around scenario planning over those challenges that we are already foreseeing in the 4 pillars and the measures that we think we can employ and map stakeholders. So I'm going to kindly request that the leaders send that feedback to my email because I had sent them the presentation with my email. So if you could kindly send the feedback that you had in your groups to my email, I will highly appreciate that. So today we are getting into the gender action plan. And just to give you an overview of the action plan is that it is a continuation of the action plan that was developed after the Botswana conference, after the Botswana declaration. And the gender action plan is developed to tackle 4 priorities like Malebo has already mentioned: policy development and review, capacity development, advocacy, and research. So with this action plan, we are really hoping to continue and improve on the action plan that was developed in 2013 after the WIS conference. And this is the action plan that will include emerging issues which affect women participation, sport, and sustainable development. Like the CEO said yesterday during his speech, we are looking also to make sure that we are getting economic, health, education, and tourism benefits out of this action plan. So just to give you a background on what has changed with the Gender Action Plan draft. With the 2013 to 2022 action plan, the policy development, the main focus was policy development, implementation, and advocacy. But with this gender action plan, the concentration will be more on responsive gender legislative policy and governance. And again, we are looking forward to be aligning the gender policy with AUSC Region 5 Strategic Plan, the Kasan Action Plan, Agenda 2063, and many others that were mentioned in my presentation on first day. So we are looking for alignment. And again, there is going to be a strong emphasis on monitoring and evaluation and research in terms of policy development. So if we compare again the last one with the new one, we will see that in the last action plan, we were talking about research and development. And the aim there was to just continuously use ICT and research to improve the region's program and activity. However, the draft now is puts more emphasis on conducting appropriate and relevant research alignment to regional priorities to aid decisions made on women, sport, gender, and equity, and inclusion by 2028. And also focuses on research priorities, and it also focuses on research projects. So that means there's going to be more work that needs to be done with this gender action plan. And then on capacity building also, for the 2013 action plan, the need was for more capacity building and harmonization of women in sport plans in our respective countries. And we were also looking to ensure that programs are running and we have funding at regional and country level. But that is one of the areas that did not really work very well if it hasn't been of the intervention of the region by ensuring that there are strategic partners who can help with capacity building would be still having not done very well on this one. And the improvement on the new gender action plan is that we are looking more to enhance capacity of women to leverage and fully participate and engage in equitable, safe and non-discriminatory and recreation at all levels. And also we are looking to develop pathways at all levels. I think Prof was talking about ensuring that there is a clear pathway from all levels of sport. And again, we are looking at access to available resources and also ethics, culture, and integrity in sport. So you could see that there is a bit of an enhancement in this gender action plan that we will be talking about in the next 30 minutes. On advocacy, so advocacy in the 2013 action plan, the focus was to lobby governments, national sports councils, national Olympic committees, and Paralympic committees to just formulate a mainstreamed policy and review existing policies in respect of gender mainstreaming. And if you look at this plan, the objectives that it had, and if you have time to reflect on the first day, which most presentations were advocacy, you would see that this was very much limited. So the enhancement has been proposed is to increase gender equity awareness, improve support and advocate for increase gender sensitive resources prioritization and allocation by key stakeholders. So it means that this is widening beyond our only normal stakeholders within sport. And again, the advocacy is going to focus more on strategy, advocacy strategy, focus more on improving advocacy structures, and it will also focus more on improving skills. And I'm sure you will agree with me to say the first day, the presentations were really aligned towards this draft on gender, this objective of advocacy within the Gender Action Plan. And we are also looking forward to be developing advocacy programs that can be implemented by our respective countries. So at this juncture, I will pause and say, what are the other differences do you notice in this, in the last action plan and in this drafted action plan? What are the differences? What can you spot? If you think like Dr. Lombe, who was guiding this advocacy objective, then you will have an opportunity to take a photo with CEO and the advisory board member, Dr. Nto. And I'm going to make sure that that photo trends on all AUSC Region 5 media platform. What else can you spot? Or what would be your comment in the difference in these two action plans? Oh, I was going to also give away my Nali chili that has been brought to by my dear sister from Malawi. So now I'm giving away 2 presents already, and you guys are still quiet. Yes. Okay. Microphone. Can you check the microphone that works, please? Microphones. Oh.
I think if one has to look at the WIS action plan and the gender action plan, the WIS action plan it's not as detailed as compared to the gender action plan. Because the gender action plan actually goes into detail exactly what the mandate is. So for me, the gender action plan is actually more clear and specific and to the point. So it makes it actually easier to go and implement the programs.
Thank you. I think you have your bottle of Nali chili sauce. Yes, the 2 ladies in that order. Yes.
Thank you. I think the WIS action plan is more general and broad without really narrowing down to the specifics. But when you look at the gender action plan, I think it's more targeted and more action oriented, and it clearly spells out what exactly it is we intend to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you have won your photo with the 2 leaders in this conference. Yes.
Hi, I'm looking at the 2 plans. I agree with Mabel next to me. The one plan is more detailed than the other plan, but I think the gender action plan gives us the permission to be more vocal, to be more out there, to actually push.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I only had 2 presents, so you will not get anything. I think all the respondents are spot on. And this, if you ask all the WIS members who are in this room, they will tell that we struggled a lot to try and implement this WIS action plan. Because every time we had to sit and say, what exactly can we do here? But this one is more defined, and we are hoping and looking forward to be able to transform it into implementation in our respective countries. So exactly what are the outputs of this gender action plan? What are we looking forward to achieve? So we are looking forward to achieve an updated gender action plan for the period of 2022 to 2028, which is the period that aligns with the AUS Region 5 strategic plan, which demonstrate policy coherence with the other global policy on equity and inclusion. And also we are looking at a gender lens for use in monitoring and evaluation programs on member countries and regional sports confederation gender policy development. I think you heard Malebo talking about this one to say the monitoring on implementation of this gender action plan is really going to be very tight and strict. Every time the region visits your country, they would want to see the programs that each country is running aligned to this gender policy. So I think that's why CEO has really reiterated on us to be going back and making sure that we implement this gender plan. So the outputs is also a research framework for further data collection and analysis on equity and inclusion. A functional structure framework that puts effective implementation of the regional gender action plan at member states and NOC's level. So we are looking at 40% increase for women occupying positions of leadership by 2028 as administrators, as coaches, and as technical officials. Also, proposed increase of women participating in sport activities by 2028, also at all levels. Increase in number of women trained on leadership annually. Also, the percentage increase in annual budget allocated towards gender empowerment and inclusion in sport at national levels. Number of policies developed in member countries and regional sports confederations on inclusion, safe sport, and gender empowerment. The list, I think, is endless of what we are looking forward to be achieving through this gender action plan. But we at this stage are to ask that member states really take this action plan close to their hearts, or even put it under their pillows when they sleep, so that you remember, and like CEO has reiterated, we make impact on those young girls in our communities. I think at this juncture, I would just like to share observation. I would just like to share our observation as Women in Sport committee, that it is very much important, and I'm happy that leadership is here, very much important that women who have been selected to be representative in the committee attends meetings, because this is where we review progress made in our respective countries, and this is where we tackle each other with strategies on how to address the gaps that they are seeing. In the past 4 years, we have realized a lot of changes on people that are being appointed to come represent their countries in the committee, and that really has affected, has brought a backlog in implementation of the program. So and you would see, I think you would witness that yesterday there was much difference in the format of reports by different countries. It's because sometimes if we are not aligned and we follow the strategy of the region, then some things fall through the cracks, and that means women and girls at our countries become affected. So we are going to be breaking into our 4 groups to review the draft action plan. And we are expected also to validate the action plan and suggest changes in line with the 2 days presentations, takeaways. And also, because we have set the desired outputs, check, validate whether that action plan, gender action plan, really talks to the desired outcome. And then so that we can make changes as appropriate and own the plan ourselves. And after that, then there will be report back plenary, and this is where we will get to hear what changes are you proposing, and maybe then collate now the action plan as per our program. The facilitators will come to groups and ensure that the exercise is well understood. What questions do we need to ask ourselves while we do changes, and what are the inputs that we need to give while we validate this action plan? With that, thank you very much. So these are just the questions to consider. What should we do differently? How should we do it? Who should be involved? And I will circulate again this, and the facilitators also will be around to support the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Memo Iponi. Thank you very much. I would just want us to welcome our Region 5 Advisory Board Bureau member, Dr. Mamweke Zinto, to just give her a few messages before she leaves. Thank you.
Good morning, bomme.
Morning.
In Sesotho re re basadi. Basadi e. E reng basadi. Okay. Thank you, Program Director, for allowing me this opportunity. I'm very honored that the board decided to send me to attend this conference. I can assure you I have learned a lot. I think you need to applaud yourself for that. Let me tell you that in my previous life, I was a gender scholar, a gender activist. But I have learned a lot from you in these 2-3 days that I've been here. I joined the Ministry of Sports a year ago, and my strength was on the gender aspect. As I said, my PhD is in gender studies. I came to that ministry knowing a lot about gender and a lot about youth, but little about sports. But I can assure you, my stay there, I have begun to embrace sport. But now this conference has just told me that I haven't done much on gender and sports. So you have given me the challenge to go back home and do more on women in sport. Now, I just have few comments that I say, please take this as an advice. Think about it. I said this yesterday and I'm repeating it. Please make sure you penetrate the women's movement in your countries. Please. You cannot do it alone. Gender is very political. Like all inequality issues, gender inequality is highly political. Men will not give you the power on the platter. You have to fight for power. It is not given. So we cannot just say because it's sports, it will be easy for you. It has been difficult for all of us who are in the women's movement. The world today, and especially Africa, is actually experiencing a gender backlash, where now even some women are saying we don't need affirmative action. We can do it ourselves. You know, people are beginning to say, these women, the space is open, nobody is preventing them. And as you say that, the numbers get dwindling because we have allowed these people to run the show. So don't sleep on the job, please. The second point that I want to make is that are we sure that what we want to do is to be part of the patriarchal system? Or what we want to do is to change the system? You know, in economics, we have been taught that there is something called comparative advantage. Be good at what you are good at. You know, don't just go anywhere because you are going to end up losing everything. But if you concentrate on what strength you have, are you good in certain sports? Are women good in certain sports? Do we invest in those? Why do we have to invite men into netball when they don't want to invite us into football? So can we try to say what are we good at so that we invest all our energies into what we are good at? You know, I said I'm saying this on behalf of my board, but basically from my personal point of view as a gender scholar and a gender activist. Honestly, finally, understand. Let us strengthen the data systems. Let us strengthen the collection and the management of data. Because when we have data that is not reliable, our interventions are not going to bear fruit. We'll come up with good papers, but then we don't have impact on the ground. Let's make sure that we strengthen our data infrastructure so that we have informed programs and interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mweketsi Nto. Those were the words from our mother. And let me take this opportunity on behalf of the participants who are here and those who are online to thank you for gracing this occasion, ma. And may the God continue to bless you as you continue to lead women into a better development. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Today I have a little bit of few minutes for you, so you'll enjoy your tea, but don't stay for long. And can we now break for tea? As we are breaking for tea, let's think about what we are going to bring in our plenary and gender action plan discussion. And remember that we have to know what can be done immediately, what can be done middle term, and then what can be done in the long term. So go early for tea, and please, when I call you, come back. 10:30, we are back here. Enjoy your tea. When we come from tea, we are going straight into the. Oh, tea is not ready. Okay, tea is not ready. We are very early today. Tea is not ready. Yes, tea is not ready. I'm not going to say anything. Tea is not ready. Let's break into our groups so that we are back immediately. Thank you. At 11:30. 11:30, we are back. The action plan is in the Google Drive. I have extra minutes for you and you are still sitting. Let's stand up and go and start. Thank you.
Hi, team, who are joining us as delegates on the Zoom. We're back from break, and you will notice in the chat, we have posted the task that we would like you to discuss amongst yourselves here. There's the document we've posted, which is the Gender Action Plan. If you could please open it. And we have highlighted 3 core questions for you to work on, which is to look at the priority areas and assess whether they are appropriate. Also look at the actions and check if they are suitable to achieve the desired outcome. And thirdly, please highlight if there's anything else that you think should be added or changed about this action plan. So if you could please have this discussion and make your notes. And when we come back from the breakaway sessions, we'll also give you a chance to present them. If you have any questions, please post them in the chat, but please proceed to have the discussion right here. Thank you.
The African Union Sports Council Region 5 Games first took place in Maputo in 2004. Since then, the African Games have become the flagship of African multi-sport games and have seen the rise of African youth sports to unprecedented levels. This makes it the most successful regional sports event in Africa. The region is made up of 10 member countries in Southern Africa, and through this channel, thousands of young athletes from both individual and team sports have risen to the top of their game.
Hello, ladies. Hello. Hello. Hello, ladies. Online. Online.
Hey, madam.
Yes, people, how are you? How are we doing?
I'm doing okay. It
Okay.
seems it's quiet here.
So I was just waiting, expecting that we'll be told that we are not our session. Can we please do something? Let's just do something in how do we tackle the assignment that has just been put forward?
I am not quite sure. I did send a message to one of the participants, Lombe, and she hasn't responded yet.
No, but from the way that I understand the assignment, did you see? So can we just find first if we are all in here, as we are 8, are we all in here? People, do we have Edgar, Sonda? Edgar, can you introduce yourselves, please? And Paul from NPC Lesotho. And Edgar, which country are you representing?
I'm from Zambia.
Okay.
Let's close. I'm calling those I know in the group.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Your team is back.
The team is back from where? Oh. Hello. Edgar.
Hi.
Yes, who is closing us off now?
I don't know who was actually talking. It's probably one of the organizers.
Okay, because that's why I was asking whether we are now in the forum in which you can do the discussion, because I was hoping that would be taken into a different breakaway session. So
Right.
looking at the time now so that can be able to contribute something. Let's just see. Claudia, do you have Claudia in here? I'm just checking how many people we are in here so that we can do something.
We are just
Claudia,
waiting for group 1, James group. We are just waiting for you to settle.
And you see now people are almost about to do the
Your group 1.
presentations, but we have not even had the discussions because we're waiting for
Okay, let me, I'll announce it. I'll call
someone
you.
to say something to
into the
us.
front. Yeah. Mabel? Mabel?
Yeah, Marai.
Can all the group leaders come to get the microphones?
We can just take it that way.
All the group leaders get the
Do
microphones.
something. Let's just listen and go back to the session.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Okay.
Can all the group leaders please get the microphone so that we can start? Group leaders, please come to the front to get your microphones. There's one group that is left. Or two. Two groups have not received their microphones, please, urgently. We are running behind time. There's one group left. One group left. Group 4, where are you? Group 4? Your leader? Group 4? Okay, we are starting because we can't go over like that. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think, yes. Huh? It's still in the morning. Okay. Let's settle and then so that we wrap up before the presentations before lunchtime. We went out to have a discussion on the 4 pillars. That is policy development and review. That was done by group 2. And capacity building, that was done by group 1. Advocacy, group 3. And research was done by group 4. And I know Dr. Lombe has, I think I'm speaking alone. Everybody is talking. Thank you. I hope you heard what I was saying. Okay. And then we had those who are online, and then we'll get to also, they're still wrapping up, so we can start with group 1 for capacity building. The stage is yours. Group 1 did research. Okay. And capacity building was done by group? Okay. I think, okay, she switched them. Thank you. So can we start with group 1? Yes. And I'll only give you 10 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes so that we can have the questions. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if it's already afternoon, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's good. And don't worry, I'm not representing Malawi, so we're not going to dance. We're representing group 1. I only have 10 minutes. Yeah, so we discussed on research, and the focus area is research priorities agenda. Okay. Focus area is research priorities agenda, and then research projects, and those are in order. The baseline is that 3 major studies have been conducted by AUSC, Region 5, concentrating on prevalence and prevention of GBV, gender leadership, a follow-up study on the 2022 gender study. Now on the action, when we went through all the actions, we realized that it needed to be simplified and strategically aligned. So we agreed that first it should be identification of research agenda and priorities aligned to regional research priorities. Secondly, develop monitoring, evaluation, and learning research and strategies. Then 3, develop a framework inclusive of roles and responsibility of HR alignment, which means all roles will be based on one's capabilities. And then 4, develop guidelines, mechanisms, and operational plans for conducting MEL and research at all levels, not systems. So this is in line with the implementation process. And we also agreed that it should be a bottom-up approach, because for us to be able to get proper and relevant information, it needed to start at grassroots level, and then it would then move to the national and then to the regional level. That's what we felt was the part that was missing. And then 5, implement operational plan and disseminate the findings to all stakeholders to invite feedback, communicate, and close loop. Then make adaptation based on the feedback. And then feedback and conduct strategic plan for direction, because I think it is also important to highlight the need for research in the sporting industry, because for us to be able to make sound decision or to come up with a very effective strategic plan, we need research, because if we are just going to do things based on what we are thinking we could just do as sporting organizations, we may lose focus. But research is what guides us on making good decisions and coming up with a very effective strategic plan. So then based on that, we said in most sporting organizations, some people are within the management system just because they have a skill in a particular sport, but they don't have administrative skills. So because of that, we felt the need to develop a toolkit for step-by-step outline of the research action and operational plan. They have to be together, because if you just focus on one and not produce a toolkit for the operational plan, it may not be implemented properly. So we feel that that really needs to be included. And then finally, get people, like relevant people, then train them for the implementation process of the strategic plan. Then on the target, so there are other things that we are also going to sort of rearrange, because we felt just like on the first one, they were not properly arranged. It has to be systematic. So Region 5 and all member countries identify and conduct research projects related to priority topics. So we also agreed that certain countries are unique. I mean, actually, each country is unique in its own. So because of that, priorities should not be restricted at regional level. So countries can also, come up with their priority areas. We also said we should not forget about emerging issues. We talked about COVID-19, mental health issues. We know in Africa, if you start talking about mental health, you start getting branded. People think you're not okay upstairs, but it's reality. These are things that we cannot run away from, and especially in the sporting industry. So it should not be overlooked. We also talked about reproductive health. Those are just examples of other, priority areas that could be considered. And then 50% research in, that's the second one, 50% research in inclusion of marginalized groups in research by 2025, capacity of research providers. So we actually agreed that we had to ensure that there are MEL and research structures. This cannot just be done haphazardly. We also agreed that we must have like proper definition of terms. We could have an extra page just for definition of terms, because if we say marginalized groups, what exactly are we talking about? Who is this marginalized person? Because probably the person who's marginalized in the sporting industry is not marginalized in another, industry. So we need to be specific. Who are these people, so that we don't miss out on anybody? And then, so on the restructuring, relaying, the third one, we've put it on the fourth, and the fourth, we've put it on the third. So we'll start with the one that is now the third, which is 50% increase in dissemination of research results by 2025. We felt this was in order. And then now the fourth is 50% increase in research personnel in countries by 2025. So regarding this, we said a country is also free. They can actually exceed beyond 50%, because we said we are looking at where are we now. If you are at 70%, for example, can you go another 50%? But if you're at 0 or you're at 1%, then obviously the sky is the limit. You can go beyond the 50%. But what's more important is that we achieve the 50% by the said period. And then develop collaborations with universities to conduct research on priority themes identified by AUSC, Region 5, and within each country. So we agreed that we need to engage existing staff for sustainability within organizations, because we may We engage the interns, they leave, and it dies there. So for it to be sustainable at local level, within the country, and even at regional level, it really needs to be structured in such a way that the staff or the relevant people within perhaps the research committee are involved so that we maintain the data. Then our regional research repository established by 2024. National research repositories established in at least 5 member countries by 2025. And finally, all member countries establish research repositories by 2028. We also felt that this was in order. On indicators, number of partnership, we feel that this is how it should be revised. It should be number of partnership agreements signed and collaborations, because we cannot just depend on, we can have some collaborative relationships rather than just depending on signed agreements. Otherwise, we are limiting ourselves. It's like we're giving ourselves a line, we're drawing a line. Then, so this is actually in line with developed collaborations with universities. We also feel that it needs to be rearranged. So it should be in line with, it should be then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the action. Then number of marginalized groups benefiting from research. We also felt that it cannot just be marginalized groups. So for example, we have 10 of, say, Special Olympics, raped women, sports women, and stuff. So we have, for example, 3 or 5 groups. But then out of those groups, how many are benefiting from it? So we should also change it to be not only groups, but groups as well as beneficiaries. Then number of researchers developed. We also felt that it should be recruited and developed. We may have existing ones, but if they are not enough, there's need to recruit, and those they also need to be trained, some kind of capacity building of some sort. And then increase dissemination of research in all member countries. We agreed that this was fine. And then on this one, where it says number of partnerships established, we feel that it should be right on top where there is number of partnerships, agreements, and signed and collaborations. So we believe that we feel it should be shifted from here and go to number 1. And we maintain the second one, which is number of research projects conducted. Then finally, on indicators, we're talking of number of research repositories established, and then number of research studies deposited in national and regional research repositories. Then we move to outcomes. On sport, improve programming and implementation of activities for marginalized groups, such as the women. And we decided that it should not be people with disabilities, but women with disabilities, because I think one of the issues that we talked about was that we're talking about transgender, but then at the end of the day, a transgender still has a choice, you know, to say, I want to be male or I want to be female. So at the end of the day, they are either a woman or not. So we feel that it should be women with disability. Then increased methodologies for involvement of marginalized groups. We felt that this was also in order. And then on social, economically empowered and self-sustainable women and girls, we agreed on health, we agreed on education, we also agreed. And then in terms of the resources, we talked about human research experts. We felt that this also needs to be looked at in terms of sustainability, where we should have the internal and the external, because if we just engage the external, it means once those people leave, everything goes with them. So we need to also empower people, you know, internally. Then finance, material. Can somebody help me? I think there's something that we added on material. What was it? We talked about something, I think I didn't write it. Service level agreement. Thank you very much. That was all from Group 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, you're not going anywhere. You're going to sit on the first one. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause because she took exactly 10 minutes.
Oh,
Exactly 10 minutes.
Wow.
So well done.
thank
So
you.
now we have to grill and then ask her the questions in that 5 minutes. Any questions? Those who are listening online also, we are with you. Ask group one the questions. Okay, while I'm still waiting for you to ask questions, you talk about alignment of universities, and I must say that there's a need for nationals to have research topics to cover. I don't know if you've discussed with Prof on how they can be able to assist, because we all have to do it and not rely on other countries' researchers. Each country must have their own research on topics so that you are able to convince the leadership by having a proof or an evidence of the outcome of that particular topic. I don't know how you have discussed it, and if you can share that with us.
Actually, what we agreed on is within each country, we have different types of sporting organizations. And based on that, each organization also has different, areas of focus. So we start at that level. I think that's the time when I was talking about from bottom, up. When these universities or stakeholders are coming in, they already have, somewhere to start from. So they have all the relevant information based on the needs of the organization.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any question on the floor? Yes, I have my lady there.
Okay. Hi, my name is Wiza from Zambia. So not really a question, but a comment. So under the action that says develop and implement national and regional M&D systems, there's one target with that, I think, forgot as a group to add, and which is the development of national databases that will feed into regional databases, because we need this information across the region. So if we have this research happening in different countries, it's important for us to have one that will feed into the regional one. That way, people in Angola can see what's happening in Zambia, Zimbabwe, and across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you have discussed the issue that Prof was sharing with us yesterday on the availability of people answering questions during research. What problems have you identified in trying to find or to come up with the resolution on how best we can do it?
Actually, what we said that was on the first one, we actually referred to that particular presentation from yesterday, where we said we needed to identify who is supposed to be involved in the research, because sometimes maybe the reason why you don't get the expected results is you've just approached people at random or it's done haphazardly. So right at the beginning on the action is you're also trying to identify who is supposed to be involved and who's supposed to do what. Okay. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And oh yeah.
I don't know whether I take Prof first or yes at the back. Yes, my lady.
Me. Thank you.
Yes.
Before Prof comes in, on the issue of research in our countries, I don't know the whole figures and the situation in our region about how many countries has universities or tertiary institutions that actually have a cousin sport. Because I'm wondering if we don't, I know Lesotho doesn't have, if we don't, how as a region do we want to work now on research from countries? Because it's important then, if we don't have capacity, what is the region doing to help with that kind of capacity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Prof?
Thank you. I think in terms of the perception that the Region 5 actually just haphazardly chose people, it is not true. They approached the presidents approached the secretary generals. It means that there is not clear and good data available at the national federational level. And that is the issue that you're talking about addressing. I think if Region 5 can take the initiative to develop a system And I support develop local capacity so that the system doesn't collapse if somebody dies. So we can have a regional network of universities or people from different federations have a toolkit, train them in the toolkit, have at least how you're going to collect the data, what data will be available. So when the next impact assessment comes, the data is clear, is available currently at national level, but collated from the local level. Then you'll have a good data. Currently, the challenge is data.
Yes.
And trustworthy data. And our presidents and our secretary generals don't have it. There's a thumb-thucking element somewhere.
Yeah, and I
Thank you
think
very
that's where
much,
the
Prof.
development of the toolkit comes in, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, actually, this is something that we also outlined in the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Ma'am Ravele?
I'm not sure whether you guys worked on the request to prioritize short-term, long-term, and medium-term.
We talked about priorities, but not in short, medium, and long term.
Okay,
apparently.
because that was the request also
Oh,
for
yeah.
all the groups to prioritize.
Yeah, I think what we did is the steps. So the
Yeah.
first steps will be short term, the second few steps will be medium term, but we can put it in words. But
Yes.
that's why we structured it in such a way to say this has got to be in place now. And then secondly, the data needs to be collected. And thirdly, the data needs to be disseminated. So we can just structure it or chunk it according to the steps.
Yes, I think the based on what step it is, it will actually help us to classify whether it's short, medium, or long term. Yeah.
The second area, and I think you were responding to that now, where we said, what are the things that we have to stop doing, and what are the things that we have to start doing? So I think the issue that exactly, I think the issue of the organizations cooperating with the researchers, it's what we should start doing.
Yes, yes.
And also stop not responding to research. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I believe that all the questions are answered, but you're not going to go, you're just going to remain there while we, in case they have something to ask, because our time is up, our 15 minutes is up, and the research is very important. And while you are still thinking, I would like to call our next presenter, that is Group 2, who did policy development and review. Group 2. I hope you got your mic. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Group 1.
Oops, sorry. Yep. Okay, let me just do this. Okay, greetings everybody. My name is Mpoma Post and I'm representing the young leaders and the young leaders at heart. So our focus area was basically gender responsive legislation, policies and procedures for women representation and gender responsiveness. And our baseline, basically, we wanted to add, as per the instructions that were given, we wanted to add pathway programs for women and girls to evolve into the whole program of women representation so that they grow within the industry of sport. So just like Group 1 have presented, we also have a bottom-up strategy where we want to focus solely on the root cause of the problem, which is the grassroots level, and then build up, because as we've said in our discussion, that it's easy to teach a young child or a young girl in ways that they should go, rather than try to fix broken women. So in this strategy, this is where we put forward a strategy which our action plan to have pathways and assist young girls into becoming more involved and more incorporated within the sports sector. So with our baseline, we have focused on Special Olympics being involved in this, since the ones that are indicated on our pamphlet here, which is the NSC, NPC, and NOC, have in a way have failed to deliver on some of the aspects of women empowerment and gender equality. So we are trying to involve Special Olympics, and we're trying to involve other women movements that are working endlessly and tirelessly very hard from the grassroots level up. So these are the discussions that we have had on our baseline. So we also said that we wanted to add gender responsiveness in this area to be more defined and clearly outlined on what it actually means. Because if you have a gender action plan, it needs to make sense to even to someone who is also not part of the program when they read it out loud. So we want to actually include that as well. When it comes to our action plan, we want to firstly identify delivery agents. What we mean by this is that we want to have people that will solely focus on those girls that are starting off in the programs up until they reach a higher level. So if you're an athlete participant, then we want to make sure that from a grassroots level, you are monitored and you are taken through a process where you are getting enough resources and all the help that you need until you get to your professional or elite level. And then when it comes to the educational sector, I want to make sure that when you have a girl child, you get the education that you need until the varsity level. The reason why I want to add these particular delivery agents is because we find that there's a friction or a lack of them when it comes to a good flow within those different sectors between primary, high school, and tertiary institutions until the workplace or the corporate place. So these are the people that are actually going to help us with that. We are conducting training also on what it means to be a volunteer. So when we get people to be more involved into sport activities, they require payment at the end of the day, which they forget that the premise of why we are involving them in the first place is to uplift the idea of gender policies and to involve, to empower young girls and women as well. So we want to conduct as well inclusive targeted training that will focus specifically on what people need to do so that they can be able to grow into those particular sectors as well. Our rotation system will then include a flow where if one person is in a certain position, once they leave or they are on leave, work does not stop. So it will continue then with the next person that is going to take over. Then that work is not stagnant, but it is rotational in that sense. And our action plan will be measured through a program we call SMART. I'm sure we are all familiar with it, which will be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, as well as time-bound. Because a lot of our women programs, they fall short of implementation due to the prolonging of the time that they are supposed to be implemented. And the people that we are trying to attain, especially in the sporting industry, they lose interest quite quickly because of how long it actually takes for these programs to be implemented in the first place. So those are some of the things that we've added. When it comes to our target, we believed that 2 trainees per country is very limited, but we want to include more people so that it's not just 2 people that are working on it by the time frame of 2024. Yes, but we want to have more women that are involved into these specific sectors. So if there's 2 of us and I have 5 mentors, my mentors will then have a program for their mentees as well, and their mentees as well, and so on and so forth. What that does is that we speak in the same language as women, we are supporting one another as women, and we are ensuring that we are all united within this particular region, right? So then whatever policies that we are implementing and we are discussing and talking about, we take back to our local countries and try to implement them as best as possible. Our targeted also our group spoke about the idea that if I'm in need of assistance from someone else from a different region, it's easier for me to pick up the call and be like, this is what I'm facing, and therefore can I get some advice or can I get some assistance in order for me to be able to execute such a task? And that's why we are targeting such people. So, so we also said in our indicators that we're creating a day. So what we mean by this is that we can all attend a conference and then we go back to our local countries and then we forget about the enthusiasm that we had here. And yet we still want to involve other people to be part of it, especially men in these corporate spaces. What we do then is that we have a day within the workplace where we say AUSC report back, and we are throwing it into their faces so that we are intentional about them learning also about what we have learned here, because we do not only want to be empowered by ourselves, but we also want to empower even the people that will be part of our programs as well. We are targeting communities as well, so that when it comes to athlete participation, we speak to the parents and the teachers and the principals in the schools, because they also are we've made an example because Botswana has spoken that they have stopped school sports because of they had lacked funding. These are some of the issues that we are faced with. What we are trying to do is to incorporate that part of the community, the parents also to be involved, so that they understand that the greater mandate is the athletes themselves. I have mentioned the idea that we are all here because of we are advocating for athlete representation. We are advocating for more an increase in women and girls participation within the sports sector. These things are achieved by measures of us being more intentional and trying to make sure that everybody is involved in these particular programs. So the second indicator that we had is that we're going to create a database. What this does is that it creates a profile for one specific person so that it carries out their progress throughout these years, so that we can track their progression, their failures, their mistakes, so that it's easier for us to be able to correct it and move forward along with them. We want to make sure how many people did we lose within the system? How many people did we lose within the database when we have these agents of change that are actually helping them to prolong with these things? Because it's easy for a young child to be involved in sport from grassroots level. By the time they get to institutional levels or academic higher levels of learning, then they have lost interest in sports entirely. We want to identify such issues as to what caused it and how can we then go back and rectify those particular mistakes. This is the purpose of our database. So then we'll be creating a checklist also as to if we have come up with an implementation program, how many other countries within the Region 5 have implemented it, and then we have a checklist that, okay, Botswana has done it, South Africa has done it, Lesotho has done it, and so on and so forth. What that does is that it makes sure that the implementation process is not only carried out by one country, but throughout the support system that we have created as women in sports. And then the outcomes is that we'll have a benchmark, especially in terms of research. So what it does is that we create comparative analysis studies so that we can be able to see how far along are other countries implementing their gender policies. And then we try to implement them, comparing to what kind of resources do we have, and will it be able to measure within the regions and the countries that are within that particular country. The United Kingdom had implemented a policy on transgender women participating in sports, and their solution basically was that it's important for every athlete to undergo surgery in order for them to reduce their level of testosterone. We particularly can then come to a point where we compare those particular studies and say, is it feasible for us to actually implement? Is it effective for us to implement? Is it okay for us to implement? Is it like a mandate that is justified for us to actually do in the first place? Then we try to either take certain aspects or policies that they've created, or create a separate one of our own from scratch. This is why research databases are very important from the university institutions. And the reason why universities are actually so important in these particular policies is because you are finding people that are already qualified and people that are interested to actually participate into these particular aspects and sports stuff. So then we'll have sport officials as well, like I said, with experience and the qualification to actually do so. It's easier to target those people and those students within our local regions. We also said that it is imperative for us to create athletes commission as well as coaching commissions, so that they can be able to undergo that particular training that they need, so that we can preach the same message when we go out into the world. So we want to check that all regions are inclusive to gender requirements and they are aligning with our baseline that we have identified earlier. So the resources that we are going to need, as discussed by Group 2, is that we'll have facilities for athletes training. We believe that that is a lack, especially in townships, because in South Africa, we have your Model A, B, and C schools. So when you get into the more rural areas, there's no facilities, there's no resources for those particular athletes to participate in it, making it difficult for us to increase women participation. But secondly, we want finances to allow our officials, managers, and coaches to travel to other SADC regions to attend coaching classes so that they see what they're doing and come back into the country and implement those. Another finance resource that we'll need is to actually pay for our PE teachers to conduct training after hours of school to actually cater for those learners that are interested into the sporting industry so that we don't lose them from the system and so on. So who's going to do this? Regionally, we want to assist each other as the AUSC Region 5 so that we collaborate with one another and make sure that we get as much advice as we can. We want to collaborate with universities, we want to collaborate with primary and high schools so that we can be able to execute this particular flow that we've been talking about. Then locally, we'll then approach our local ministers and our NOCs so that they can be able to assist with executing the plan for policies and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good that you are sitting next to me. Yes, that was Group 2 on policy development and review. I hand over to you on the floor to have any questions that we ask in the Group 2.
Oh, someone from Group 2 has their hand up.
Yes.
Oh, they're at the back. Okay, Doc.
I think we just had one question directly to the Secretariat and the CEO. What is the time frame around 2028, 2024, 2025, and not in alignment with 2030 has carried out in all the other visions and protocols, for example, of the UN? So maybe we just wanted clarity on the year frames and the time frames.
Yes, sir.
Good morning again. The strategic plan that we have was developed in 2018 in the 10,000-hour rule in terms of us focusing the region to ensure that by the time we go to Los Angeles in 2028, we then align in the quadrennial cycles because our plans were not aligned in cycles of the quadrennial. So there was this disconnect between our plans and the Olympic movement in the sporting calendar, because our sporting calendar, we are aligning it to the Olympiads. However, we are aware there's Agenda 2063, there's Vision 2030, and so on. But we have remained focused in ensuring that we are in tandem with other sports movement, sports governing bodies, so that we don't fragment resources and we don't spread ourselves so thin. So it means then we'll be able to join forces and maximize our limited resources. However, that does not take us away from convergence of all the global instruments that we have along the way. But that's the basis of our 2028 target that we have.
Thank you very much, CEO. I believe that you are answered. Over to you, Prof.
I just want us all to think about the NGO sector. They're outside there and they're very much linked to sport for development and delivering services to health, education, and whatever. So there's a SSCNA, this is Sport for Social Change Network Africa. They've got 138 members across Africa, and with the majority within South Africa and Southern Africa. They already currently deliver 14.7% of all the physical education classes in our public schools, especially in the lower quintile, 1, 2, and 3 schools. So I think they are really a resource that we can tap into. And if you look at what is happening in Australia, they are actually exporting sport development through the sport for development sector to Pacific Islands. So I think there's a big resource that we can tap into.
Thank you very much, Prof. There was a last question there at the back before I check online if there's anybody. Dr. Lombe, please check for me there.
Yes,
my lady at the back there.
You said the 2 trainers per country are not enough. How many were you suggesting?
Probably a minimum of 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There was somebody in the middle here. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. Yeah, I think in your presentation, you mentioned something on physical education teachers in schools, that you consider to have them paid and they conduct the sport after classes. The question is, how will you get funds to pay those physical education teachers? Besides that, I believe a physical education teacher is mandated to teach physical education in schools as part of the subject, because physical education is the education of a child through physical activities. And most of these physical education teachers, they are the ones that are also entrusted to conduct sport as sport masters and sport mistresses. And therefore, paying them, I feel it may not be practical because they are already paid by their governments. Thank you.
That is a very interesting point to make. And the reason why we are saying we want to pay PE teachers, we specifically focus on those learners that want to do more in terms of after school activities, because if you're allocated a certain time period within your classrooms, like 30 minutes or 45 minutes to do PE, that is not enough to prepare you for local competitions that are upcoming. So what we then do is that we ask them to say, can you give a bit more of your time to help these learners train, to help these learners also identify exactly what it is that they want to do in their careers in terms of the idea of sports. That way we want to keep them interested also, and not just involve and dilute the idea of sport with mathematics or English and all these other subjects. We want to make sure that sports is what stands out for those particular learners.
Thank you very much for that, group 2. I think they're just over. No. Yes.
On the issue of physical education, because of in different countries there are different setups. In some of the countries, there's no physical education in schools. Yes. And I think that's what we should consider in planning for the region, as to where there are no physical education teachers and it's not in the curriculum. What do we do? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. You wanted? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, my questions were 2, though I think 3 people have somehow addressed it, because my question was, we're looking out of school. Maybe that's when we can consider, paying PE teachers. But the question is, where are the resources going to come from? Can we afford it as women in sports to be able to pay, PE teachers in all the countries? Having said that, what happened to the spirit of voluntarism? This whole, conference, I don't think I heard anybody talking about voluntarism. As women, can we not sacrifice our time? Can we not sacrifice our expertise, towards volunteering to empower, the next woman to you? That was my first concern in terms of paying PE teachers. And then you talked about measuring your goals through SMART. I may have missed it, but is there anything around capacity building towards that? Because we cannot assume that everyone, would know how to approach the SMART strategy.
All right. Thank you for those questions. I'll start with the paying of the PE teachers, because it's everybody's concern. Okay, so in our experience, a lot of volunteers have been abused. Quite a lot, and it's difficult now to get volunteers to willingly do participate into such spaces. The reason why we have people that actually go into varsities to study sport management is so that they can be coaches and officials and trainers. When you ask them to do a service for free when they've paid big amounts of money for their education, it's more or less like an insult to them. It's like, I've studied for this, I need to be getting paid for this. So we are not saying that we want to give them huge amounts or a basic salary and so forth, but we have what we call a government's mandate. A government mandate has to promote sport in the country, and I'm speaking obviously in a form of South Africa, because it differs per region, of course. But a government's mandate, it binds the government to actually give you certain resources that you need to carry out any mandate that you have, especially within the sports sector. They are supposed to provide and prioritize you within their budget when it comes to a certain industry and what you therefore need. They do obviously have their own processes and protocols that you need to follow, but it is possible for you to get that kind of backing from your government and your ministries.
Thank you very much, Group 2. Let's give a round of applause. Please just save those questions for me because they're way over their minutes. And then please save those questions because this is an important topic that we need to also deliberate on.
Yes.
So let's just give others a chance to present. Then we grill them all. And please don't forget those questions. Let's call in Group 3 on advocacy. And also, Dr. Lombe, please ask those online to reserve their questions so that they are able to share them with us. Oh, you are very far. Yes. The Group 4, please come closer.
Can I stand here?
Yes.
Oh, no, what is it? Still good morning or good afternoon? My name is Yvonne Skalk, and I'm here with Group 3. They actually told me they'll be standing here for moral support. Now they've deserted me. But it's okay. I think Group 1 and 2 have actually said what we wanted to say. No, I'm just joking. Right. Ours is on advocacy. And what we have done is to look at what was given and add or expand onto that. So the first one, in terms of action, we said that the Region 5 and member countries should develop media, but we even took it a little bit further and not only concentrate on the traditional, the digital and social advocacy, but also make sure that we engage with politicians. And each country, why we said politicians, it depends on the country where you're from. So in South Africa, for example, you will engage the ward councillors from the lowest level, grassroots level, or the mayor, or whichever politician is within, so that once they have the buy-in, you know, things goes smoothly. Then we also look at the involvement and develop stakeholders, their involvement, their engagements through forums, symposiums, but we added on that we need to make awareness campaigns. And we shouldn't only concentrate on structured activities offered by the Federation, but made it inclusive for recreation as well. So throughout our presentation, we won't just say sport, but we add on recreation as well. Like Group 2 said, we need to implement things from a very young age. If you teach a child from a very young age, obviously it's easier for that lady to then develop into a young lady, and you know the good has been instilled already. Then the development and collaboration of partners. In this one, we added and didn't want it to be vague and open, but we say also concentrate on the religious sectors. We know that under religion, we not all Christians, but others as well. Traditional sector, the traditional leaders, the disability organization, our previous presenter spoke about Special Olympics. We have different kind of disabilities, and it should be all inclusive. We need to concentrate on NGOs. There's a lot out there from grassroots level. We need to engage them. Formal and informal organizations. I'm from South Africa, so some of the examples will be obviously from where I am. Informal organizations, and I think now they formalize it now. It's, for example, Stokvels. A lot of ladies are into that, and there's where we can also penetrate and create advocacy through them. And like I said, sports and recreation. Then we look at the leverage existing sports and recreation programs and events should be national, regional, and continental, and not, restricted up to regional level. Our map of advocacy structures should be, and I emphasize, from grassroots level up to cabinet. You see, our group like to involve the politicians, because once you have them, you don't need to go out and toy like one speaker said yesterday. Develop women in sports, in recreational structures. I already said that, from grassroots level up to regional level. Then we look at the targets. Target 1 that was given, at least 5 member countries develop media advocacy strategies by 2025. And we went further to say each member country should host at least 4 stakeholder engagement activities annually by 2028. Some might say, why 4? But you can break it up quarterly, and you can target per area within your country, so that will assist you to go into the most rural areas. We know some areas, there are challenges to get deep into, and it will cut off the financial implications, a lot of other things, but your targets would have been reached. Then the Region 5 hosts a Women in Sports conference annually, and here we include the boxing, professional boxing as well. Make sure that they're not excluded, because we know why. We had a long conversation and discussion into that. Special Olympics and albinism. So we included them as well and specifically mentioned them. We also say at least 5 member countries develop collaboration with key stakeholders. Sometimes by 2025, we don't have a lot of time. So we say by 2025, which means, in athletics, we say on your marks, get set. We're in the get set stage. So to go, we need to have it by 2025. At least 4 national advocacy activities conducted annually, and at least 1 regional advocacy activity conducted annually. All member countries conduct their mapping at all levels and all areas. So all levels, meaning from grassroots level up, and in all areas, you need to go into the different organizations as mentioned before. At least 10 organizations per member country should be established by 2025, and all countries with financial work structures by 2028. Then we go to our indicators. There we say that the number of stakeholders engaged by member countries, it should be number of Region 5 member countries should be implemented in our conference resolution. Number of people reached through activities, we say the number of regions we had, and data always comes up. Is data reliable? How do we measure it? So it might be difficult as well, but we say the number of 5 region, the member countries should be involved in the regional advocacy activities instead of, say, the number of people, because how reliable would that be? Then the directory of the work structures, we say we should also engage tourism through sports and recreation. Also, we should establish a Hall of Fame where we recognize women that has made an impact. We sit here with a hall full of dynamic people, but do we celebrate them? How do we sell them out there? Within our group, one of the examples were, if you go to Malawi, you celebrate your netball team. Or in South Africa, we look at Caster Semenya. But what do we do as women in sports to celebrate them and to make them a point of attraction in our respective countries? Then we looked at I went to the indicators, the outcomes. Most of what we have discussed there, we agreed with. Due to time, we had some technicalities. We thought we clever, we'll do ours via laptops, and yeah. So sometimes you must have plan B to save time. Right, we also look and say health, physically active and productive citizens. We must look at different programs, how do we involve them, but also ensure that through tourism, I've already said it, we profile the member countries. And by profiling our member countries, we would know who are our women that has done an outstanding job. And sometimes we only celebrate the athletes on the field, but who are the people behind them, the coaches? And I think one of the people that doesn't get so much recognition is the manager. And the managers are doing a lot of work. But when we celebrate the athlete, we celebrate the coach, and we forget about the managers out there. So when we profile, it becomes inclusive and we can celebrate all our women. Then also through education, we need to improve the capacity and productivity through improved knowledge. Yeah, in a nutshell, that is what we have discussed.
Thank you very much. I was very worried when you're talking because I thought you were going to go over.
No.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. That was for the advocacy, that is group 3. Any questions? I have only 2 minutes to give those questions. If you have any questions for her, yeah. If you have any questions on the floor for her. Yes, Prof?
I'm just wondering, when we come to advocacy, if we don't change the organizational culture and we advocate, nothing's going to happen. I remember when I started out at the university, the first day I was supposed to make the tea. The next I said, whose turn is it now? So I gave each one turns. I'm not married to you. So it's my turn, it's your turn, it's your turn. So I changed the organizational culture bit by bit. But if we don't put that on the agenda, we're going to advocate something totally abstract and nothing's going to change for us within our immediate environment. So if we don't challenge that, and maybe Tabe can give us ideas how to actually do it, but if we don't challenge our immediate environment, we're stuck.
Thank you very much, Prof. I don't see any hand. Yes, ma'am, I can give back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have a concern in terms of engaging politicians. I feel that we should utilize the office of the government. The difference is that if you focus on the councillor as a councillor, when his term ends, it means everything also ends there. If you target, say, the president as an individual, then you lose it also. When the government changes, it means it ends there. So, for example, when you are inviting them to be, say, your patron or your ambassador, target the office of the president, so that when this one leaves, the next person who's going to come will, take it up. Because a politician will leave today, you will be associated with that individual. So I feel that we should be associated with the office rather than the politician as an individual. Thank you.
Do you agree with that comment?
Noted, yes. In terms of,
yes.
I said noted. I didn't say agreed, but one of the members in our group, can I give Dr. to respond on that one?
Thank you
'Cause
very
we-
much. I think that is where we are also losing it as women in sport. When I target an office, when somebody is in office, I want to change the status quo. And when I want to change the status quo, I'm talking about a person. And what we are saying is that when we talk about politicians, unfortunately, we always give them a bad name or we label them. But they are the ones that have to push the agenda. For example, we have members of parliament in our communities. Where are we going to implement this if the member of parliament who is sitting does not appreciate what we are doing? So I understand when you say the office, but the office also has got a person. And if I don't target that person in that particular year, I'll have failed. Number two, our politicians, we are not just talking about the member of parliament and the president or the minister. A permanent secretary is a political appointee. So we should be able to, when we look at our traditional leaders, when we look at our councils, when we look at all those people, so we are saying, yes, we can have an office, but we need to relate an office to the person. If we relate the office to the person, then we are able to push our agenda. For example, right now we're talking about increasing participation of women, and we're talking about administrators, we're talking about coaches, but we are not talking about our permanent secretaries, we're not talking about our ministers. And when are we going to change the status quo for us to have women as leaders who occupy areas of influence or policy decision making? So I appreciate when you say you are targeting the office, but I am saying over and above, let's target the office and the person. To me, it will make a bigger impact when we are doing advocate. But obviously, we come from different countries, we come from different backgrounds, but it's up to the member countries to now say, when really we want to target our women in sport activities, if we leave the persona, we have left out a lot of things.
Can I explain what I meant? Okay.
The technical team, I think my mic is off. Okay, now it's fine. Yes,
Would you quickly
briefly,
tell me-
yes, briefly do that so that we can call the last group. Thank you.
All right. I want you to understand me because, for example, you are using a minister in the Ministry of Sports. What I'm basically saying is, because when you say politician, which are the common, there's ANC here and what else?
D-A-E-F-F.
D-I-F-F?
D-A and E-F-F.
T-A and
E.
E.
E-F-F.
Oh, D. Okay.
E-F.
Let's say ANC.
Lot of
There's a minister who's an ANC member, and then there is the opposition. Let's just call it the opposition. What I'm saying is that when the ANC minister leaves, and then the opposition minister comes in, it should be sustainable, because obviously when you're working with an office, we're not saying if you're targeting the minister, we're not saying take the vice minister, but you're taking this one. But if you are associating yourself as ANC, then people will call you ANC, and when the ANC goes, the support will be difficult when the DA comes in. I don't know if that's making sense. That's what I
basically meant.
Okay, let's just hold it there. Let's just hold it there and let me call the last group because we will have time to have questions for each group. Can I have the last group, capacity building, before we have online Dr. Lombe? I don't know if there's another group that will present from online.
Sorry, Madam Director.
Yes, sir.
I'm compelled to say something.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm compelled to say that the word politician is not confined to the limited view of people that are running. Politician is a person who influences decisions. So you find that even in their homes, we make political decisions.
My apologies, CEO. I think your mic is not clear. Can you give the Rovi mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay now? Okay. So I was saying, a politician is anybody who makes decisions in the areas that affect and have an effect on humanity, environment, and the livelihoods and well-being of society. So it is not mainstream politics only that we know. But I was about to say, even in the home, when you make a decision on who gets what this term, it's a political decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. I hand over to Group 4 to give on capacity building. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
I'm Mebo Nedziwe from Zambia, but representing Group 4 as a king woman from Wakanda. Our country is Wakanda. So Group 4 focused on capacity building, and our areas of focus are development pathways at all levels, access to resources, ethics, culture, and integrity in sport. And our assignment was to review the draft action plan, validate it, and suggest changes, as well as report back to this session. So I will begin with looking at the changes that we are proposing to the draft action plan. So the first point, which is development pathways at all levels as the focus area, then the baseline is less than 22% women in leadership in sport organizations. The first 2 points are okay as they are. So we begin on the third point, which says provide women in leadership and technical roles with career progression, succession planning, and transition opportunities and entrepreneurship skills at national, regional, and international levels to ensure gender parity. Our proposal here is that we include mentorship. So the new one should read as provide women in leadership and technical roles with career progression, succession planning, mentorship, and transition opportunities and entrepreneurship skills at national, regional, and international levels to ensure gender parity. Then the second point, targets under the same action, all 10 member countries with pathways and mentorship programs for women in leadership by 2028. Our proposal is that we add a second bullet point which speaks to succession planning. So these countries also should have a succession plan in place for us to be able to monitor whether that is actually happening. Then in terms of the indicators and the outcomes, I think we are adequately covered there. So we go to the next page. The last bullet point, which talks about develop and implement capacity development programs, in brackets, mentorship, scholarships, bursaries, internships, and exchange programs for women and girls. Our proposed change is on the indicators. there's an indicator there which says a number of women accessing capacity development programs. Our proposal is that since we already have a baseline, when you go back to the first page, you will notice that we have a baseline which is saying less than 22% women in leadership in sport organization. So our proposal is that we are just not going to work with a number, because it could be a number which is already existing. So we are proposing that our indicator should read increased number of women accessing capacity development programs. If we had 10 at the start, our indicator will show that there's been an increase. Maybe now we are at 20 or at 30. And then we are also proposing, then we have level of gender parity. On there, we are proposing that I think we should have an explanation further which speaks to how many women who are disabled are actually being given an opportunity for capacity building, how many girls are being given an opportunity for capacity building, and how many women generally are being given an opportunity. So it shouldn't just be broad like that in terms of it speaking to level of gender parity. Then our next proposed changes are on access to resources. There's no baseline data there. Then the first point, which says develop a toolkit for infrastructure spaces in sport to be accessible and safe for women in sport. We have a proposal there that other than developing a toolkit, we need to have an indicator which speaks to us actually constructing or rehabilitating this infrastructure that is going to be accessible to women. So the first proposal is that, of course, we are going to develop this toolkit, and the indicator for this one will actually be the toolkit that has been developed. And then when we talk about the second bullet point, which is constructing and rehabilitating infrastructure spaces in sport to be accessible and safe for women in sport, the indicator under this one now will be increased participation, increased number of women participating in sport, because the toolkit will not give us that measure in terms of the number of people that are actually, the number of women that are actually participating in sport. Then our next proposed amendment is on under the same access to resources, bullet number 4. The one which says create partnerships and collaborations with facilities and space owners, in brackets, learning institutions, local authorities, and private owners. Under indicators, we are proposing an amendment to the second indicator, the one which says number of women and girls participating in sport and recreation. Our proposal is that this particular action is not speaking to the number of people, the number of women and girls that are going to participate in sport, but it's speaking to access. How many women and girls are being given access in these local and private sporting facilities, the ones that are owned by private facilities. So then our indicator is going to speak to access, and it will say number of women and girls being given access to sport and to private sporting and recreation facilities. Our next proposed amendment is under ethics, culture, and integrity in sport. The first proposal is under, so the actions are okay. Our proposals are on the indicators. We are proposing, okay, let me read the action. So the action is develop governance checklist and codes of conduct, including policies on manipulation of sports competitions, anti-doping, and match fixing. So the proposed indicators under there are governance checklist, member countries and confederations compliance dashboard. Our proposal is that we have an indicator which reads as codes of conduct in place, because it's from the existence of this code of conduct that will be able to measure whether there's no manipulation, there's no match fixing, etc. Anti-doping is covered under the third, so this one will be the third one, the one that says member countries and confederation compliance dashboard. Then our next, okay, so in terms of the changes, that's all. So the assignment also spoke to us being able to discuss 3 questions, which what should we do differently? How should we do it? And who should we involve? So in terms of what we should do differently, I think we need, in terms of the capacity building programs for women, girls, and persons with disabilities, I think we need to be a bit more deliberate and a bit more targeted and inclusive in the approaches that we are going to take. And also, like, really do a detailed stakeholder analysis and look at the people that we are going to work with in terms of who is supporting the particular capacity development programs that we want to implement for women, girls, and persons with disabilities. So they need to be very targeted so that then they meet what it is we want to do. And in terms of who we are going to involve, it's really the persons within the sporting fraternity, people that are doing similar work that we are doing, or those people that support. There are individuals that may not necessarily be in the sporting fraternity, but they support the work that we do. And also, as we champion the cause for women, I think we should not always forget about that man that supports a woman. I believe that we have a lot of men where we are coming from, even in our workspaces. There's that silent voice of a man that will prop you up, that will support the work that you're doing. So I think we shouldn't forget those, because then they are key allies in terms of us reaching our targets. Thank you very much. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. You really did good by choosing all 4 good speakers. Dr. Lombe, do we have anybody online?
Yes, please. So firstly, what we have is a question. This is from Mr. Musonda, and he's asking whether the leadership pathway is going to have core competencies which will help guide everyone on what is expected of them. The second question is about quality control, and the question is, how should this be done? Should each country have its own quality control processes, or perhaps have standardized quality control protocols in all program areas?
That was directed to which group?
This is more generalized to everyone when we consider the whole plan.
Okay.
How do we ensure quality control? And then there was a group that I think that talked about education or leadership pathways. And so there was that question around what the core competencies are, like, is there a guideline? So when we're ready, we also have the group online who are ready to present.
Yes, I think we should hand over to them before we run out of time.
Okay.
Thank you. While we are getting them online, please think of the last row or questions that we can direct to the wonderful group that we have here.
Good morning. Hello?
Are we that far?
Whilst you are waiting.
Yes.
Yes. Hello? Good morning. Can I start? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Okay. Okay. This is, I can hear myself from the background. I don't know.
I think Lombe can.
Yes, I am Dimpho Kodok, representing the team online. we must first state that it has been a bit of a disadvantage to have joined online because we had a long moment of silence, not knowing what was going on, only to find that people had been spread to their groups. So by the time in which we are about to start, it was unfortunate that it was when the group sessions reconvened. However, we have a 10% contribution discussion will be based on priority of capacity building, priority area capacity building. So on the questions, do you think that the priority areas are appropriate and enough? We say yes, think they are appropriate, but whether they are enough, we can't really say. We can't really say whether they are enough, as this will depend on each one of us when we put them on the ground. So the second question, which says, what else should we add, or the second one was, looking at actions, are they suitable to achieve, and what is desired? We can say, yes, they are suitable to be achieved. Because when I looking at the status of the women with impairment leadership positions, we think that this is area that can easily achieved, because I can specifically relate this to myself, because we have had one study done through IPC of increasing women in leadership positions in African NPCs. So for this one, we can say that it is desired. We are saying that training women in leadership positions is very critical to enable succession planning, because we have seen that most women
I think they're off. Are they totally off?
The disadvantages of physically, see, we get the disconnected challenges. I'm sorry about that one. So I can't even know where I got disconnected. But in a nutshell, we are saying that we support capacity development priority area, and we think that the actions are suitable to be achieved. So unfortunately, we are able to go only up to this far when the time had lapsed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your efforts. Let's give a round of applause and the group online. I think there was a burning issue on policy development. CEO, you wanted to have something when we were cutting that time. Do you still remember what you wanted to say? On policy development and review.
I remember it was quite burning at that time. Now I wanted to speak about it was not policy development, basically it was physical education. And there was talk about the role of women to volunteer, and also the concerns that some people self-develop and they're expected to give back to society and all that. I've got two comments I need to make. And I've said this even at the level, I think Nicole would know, at AU level, that Africa has got to define itself in the space of voluntarism. Sometimes we take concepts that look very nice from elsewhere. And I'm not saying anything against voluntarism, but you realize that in the African context, and maybe I speak perhaps in the development context, if I may put it that way, but rather I would like to focus myself in Africa because that's my home and that's where I belong. What is supposed to be volunteered is expertise. And one cannot volunteer their resources while they are, and I'm talking about material resources. I mean, sometimes in the other world, people actually fly themselves, they accommodate themselves, and they volunteer for no compensation. And Africa must take a back step and say, are we at that level yet? And how realistic is it to sustain that level of voluntarism? Because you must realize as well that if you look at the level of economic development and employment levels within our demography, a lot of the people who are retired elsewhere in other continents are still gainfully employed in Africa. Up to as high as 65 years and even more in some instances, they are still at work. Whereas elsewhere, people they are retired, but they have nothing else to do in life. Our retired people at the moment, they have got quite a lot of things to do to still fend for their families and might not have the time to. So you will see that in Africa, voluntarism is mainly young people, and the young people that are not employed. We have not yet started getting their own lives up and running. Are we at that stage as Africa where young people can volunteer and they don't get anything out of it? It's a conversation we must engage in at another level. The second point I was going to raise around physical education is that from a regional point of view, and when we came back from Russia in 2017, and we even were in Madagascar in 2018, and speaking about quality physical education, the approach is not really in sending people who go and teach physical education. The approach is the analogy that I always use. It doesn't matter if you change the actors, whether you put in Arnold Schwarzenegger, you put Kim Basinger, if the script is a tragedy, it remains a tragedy. So the actor is not going to change the script because he is an actor. What we need to change is the script and not the actors that are as volunteers to teach and so on. So the approach is to engage with teacher training institutions. We look at the curriculum. We look into the pedagogy of our delivery of physical education and change the script from there, so that the script can then inform the actors that we churn out of that. And sadly, and this reality that we must accept, there's a whole generation we have lost already that has not gone through that menu, which we have to arrest now for the future, so that those that are getting into kindergarten, into a primary school, into a secondary school in the future are able to get the appropriate hours of quality physical education. When you are teaching physical education, you are teaching techniques. How do you fall? How do you run? How do you balance on small body parts? How do you balance on large body parts? How do you turn? And that is an impact in the physical activity, posture, and sport performance of our teams. Yeah. And so today we are grappling to say what happened to the medals we used to win. But those days there was physical education. And that is where we must go back to the basics. And this conference must make a strong recommendation for, number one, governments through our ministries of sport to engage ministries of education to re-engage our teacher training systems and curriculums, so that we produce teachers who can teach our children in physical education. If we have to have any other people that are providing that outside the institution, that must be augmenting the system. But there has to be a formalized system. We know the number of hours that English is taught in a school per week, 40 hours of English, 40 hours of mathematics. We need 40 hours of physical education in a week for our children to be physically active and for our sport to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that I just want to raise for all the groups is that there are questions you haven't responded to, which we requested you to indicate short-term, long-term, and medium-term. So it's either you, but we don't want to take the responsibility to do that. So I would still ask you in the process to make sure that you consult with your groups, just to come back with those so that you guide us on how to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the wrap-up, I'm going to give you only, I'll say 30 seconds to wrap up on each and every of your, on the group discussion, but I had something that I wanted to share on group 2, on policy development. There's always been a problem with the implementation of the policies and also the collaboration effort. There's one workshop where we were told or made aware that when we do these policies, we call our friends and those who are close to and who don't call, and just know that the importance of collaboration, the importance of bringing everybody together in order to ensure that that policy that you have developed is worth and it will be used. And also, one of my colleagues yesterday in the evening, we were discussing on maybe this time that the AUSC need to do the admin audit. And then we do the admin audit to ensure that what you are saying is exactly what is happening on the ground. And then also the review, as it was saying, policy development and review, and to check if indeed are you reviewing or we still using the 1884 policies. And then on the group 3, you talk about the recreation. I'm not sure if you are aware of the TAFISA group 3. I know.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know if you are aware of the TAFISA. If not, just get in touch with the officers so that they can share with you on how you can also be part of that recreational for sport for all. And the last one was the on group 4 on capacity building. I wanted to ask you if you are doing enough, and then also, is there any succession plan? Because we always have this leadership, and then when we have the legacy doesn't follow us. When we leave, the legacy dies with us. So are we doing enough? In 30 seconds, please wrap up, each one of you. Thank you.
Do you want to start?
I can
Actually,
go
anyone can start. Yes.
Okay, I can go first. When we speak about the implementation of policy and implementation, this goes back to what I was saying during my presentation about having a database. This is to make sure that we hold one another accountable in terms of trying to see how far along are other countries in terms of implementing these kind of policies. And I know that we like doing a copy and paste when it comes to policy and procedures, where you want to copy that other country and then you forget that, the resources are not necessarily the same. So you want to create like a policy that is now specific to that particular country to help them specifically, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
All right, thank you. I'm going to touch on what I would call may have been the hot issues during the discussions. Most of the things I am speaking from experience. I'll just give you a very small example. I work for Special Olympics Malawi. We have more than 30,000 athletes in Malawi, and these are recruited by volunteers. When we talk about volunteerism, we need to define what it is. A coach or a volunteer, they don't meet the costs to conduct a training, but what they don't get is a salary. But if they are going somewhere, say for training or for competition, they make sure that we as an organization, we make sure that they are transported, they are fed, they are accommodated. So whatever I'm talking about is through experience. Same applies with the engagement of the office of a politician versus a politician. These are all experiences, so it's not like we are talking of things that are not practical. It's through what we have experienced over the years, not just today. That's what I wanted to say. And based on the research topic that we were covering, what I wanted to say is most people they feel that research is not important in an organization, but research is what lead us into coming up with a very strong strategic plan, hence implementation.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Let's get to the second last speaker.
Okay, I'll go. So in terms of capacity building, you raised an issue whether we are doing enough. I don't think we are doing enough. There's more that we can do in terms of capacity building. But maybe, like I said initially, I think we need to be a bit more targeted and design capacity building programs that are going to meet the needs that we have in terms of women in sport. If we look at women with disabilities, we need targeted training for them. There are issues of classification when we talk about coaching for women with disabilities. So we should not do it the way we've done it in the past, where a training is being offered somewhere and we send our people. If it's relevant, yes, we can do that. But if it's not relevant and it's not speaking to our needs, can we begin to create and develop capacity building programs that are going to speak to our needs as well as meet our needs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now sorry.
No problem. Now, I think in terms of maybe just to sum up, especially from the group where we spoke about advocacy, if you don't have the buy-in from everybody, doesn't matter educated, not educated, volunteer, whoever, you will not be able. You can come up with the most beautiful plans, but if you get resistance, you will not be able to deliver. So when we speak about advocacy, we also say include those people from the most informal kind of structures. Those so-called people we sometimes look down upon. There is where the dynamite is actually lying. So when you want to advocate, be aware of your environment, who your target group is, and most definitely you will achieve.
Thank you very much. This is a women's conference. The 30 seconds will not work. Thank you very much. Let's meet at 2 o'clock. Let's meet at exactly 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zimbabwe, Botswana. Well, I need to say, well, Elimoti. We bring the Chaka Zulu fire. Let me feel the energy. Hello, let the dance begin. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors.
Yes. Igniting the African dream. Region 5 games, be a part of the team. Witness the rise of an African tide. Angola, Namibia, that African side. Zambia, Molishani, ignite the flame with us, Taguanani. Boxing, judo, we're bringing in basketball. Represent your flag, this is national.
Reigniting the African dream, yeah. Quarantine in a corner. Alini mwana bulete, volleyball, taekwondo. Bayaga moto nandi, ili ya bukudefu. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. Defend Africa. Pulling my lord to Africa. Jumela, Jumela. Botswana, Lesotho, Jumela. Yeah, we're bringing the heat. Region 5 on fire.
Fire.
Yeah, we're bringing the heat. Daddy's a football on fire.
Fire.
Beke shoe, wakatumandani. Kutu beke shule, mwana wa Malawi. Beke shoe, wakatumandani. Kutu beke shule, mwana wa Region 5. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to officially welcome you to the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games. Igniting the African dream. Welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
ashona katamange pazara ndikamaliza mundipelera mbala ndiwinira chitinti cha gada ora mi familia ute Rwanda Maputo ayude mundione Mufasa mundione mundione Nzanzi ngibone mundione Mozambique Swatini
Mundione, Lesotho mpone. Mundione, Malawi undione. Sanbonani, welcome to Malawi, yeah, yeah. Jakulandilani, Zimbabwe, Botswana. Well, I need to say, well, Elimoti. We bring the Chaka Zulu fire. Let me feel the energy. Hello, let the dance begin. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors.
Igniting the African dream. Region 5 games, be a part of the team. Witness the rise of an African tide. Angola, Namibia, that African side. Zambia, Mulishani, ignite the flame with us, Taguanani. Boxing, judo, we're bringing in basketball. Represent your flag, this is national.
Reigniting the African dream, yeah. Quarantine in a corner. Alini mwana gulite, volleyball, taekwondo. Bayaga moto nandi, ili ya bukude fu.
We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. Defend Africa. Ulimala Atlantic Africa. Jumela, Jumela. Botswana, Lesotho, Jumela. They're bringing the heat. Region 5 on fire.
Fire.
They're bringing the heat. Tennis of football on fire.
Fire.
Beke shoe, wakatu mandani. Kutu beke shule, mwana wa Malawi. Beke shoe, wakatu mandani. Kutu beke shule, mwana wa Region 5.
We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to officially welcome you to the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games. Igniting the African dream. Welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
ashora katamange pazara ndikamaliza mundipelera mbala ndiwinila chitinti cha gada ora mi familia ute tuwanda maputo ayude mundione mufasa mundione mundione nzanzi ngibone mundione Mozambique Swatini
Mundi one, Lesotho mpone. Mundi one, Malawi mundi one.
Sanbonani. Welcome to Malawi, yeah, yeah. Takulandilani. Zimbabwe, Botswana. Well, I need to say, well, Elimoti. We bring the Chaka Zulu fire. Let me feel the energy. Hello, 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 let the games begin. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors.
Yes. Igniting the African dream. Region 5 games, be a part of the team. Witness the rise of an African tide. Angola, Namibia, that African side. Zambia, Mulishani, ignite the flame with us, Taguanani. Boxing, judo, we're bringing in basketball. Represent your flag, this is national.
Bostauzana, Zafiga Bostauzana. Reigniting the African dream, yeah. Quarantine in a corner. Alini mwana gulite, volleyball, taekwondo. Bayaga moto nandi, ili ya bukude fu.
We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors.
Botswana, Lesotho, Tumela. Yeah, we're bringing the heat. Region 5 on fire. Yeah, we're bringing the heat. Tennis and football on fire.
Beke shoe, wakatumandani. Kutu beke shule, mwana wa Malawi. Beke shoe, wakatumandani. Kutu beke shule, mwana wa Region 5.
We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to officially welcome you to the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games, igniting the African dream. Welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
ashona katamange pazara ndikamaliza mundipelera mbala ndiwinila chitinti cha gada ora mi familia ute Rwanda maputo ayude mundione mufasa mundione mundione nzanzi ngibone mundione Mozambique Swatini
Mundi one, Lesotho mpone. Mundi one, Malawi mundi one.
Sanbonani, welcome to Malawi, yeah. Takulandilani, Zimbabwe, Botswana. Well, I need to say, well, Limoti. We bring the Chaka Zulu fire. Let me feel the energy. Hello, let the games begin. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors.
Test one, two. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let's wrap up our afternoon. And thank you very much for that dance and the breaker, the icebreaker. Thank you very much. We are now at the end of our program, and we have to now call in. Okay. Are we all settled? Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that dance. We'll now call on Mayor Muipone Mashale to give us the presentation of the resolution for the 3 days that we have been here. Over to you, Ms. Mashale.
I don't think we need to do.
Long, 3 days, but very fruitful. We are at the pinnacle of our conference now, because we are about now to say the resolutions. We are about now to say resolutions that have come out of the presentations of our deliberations and all the conversation that we had over the 3 years. So I will not go to the background, but rather go straight into the resolutions themselves. We have decided to configure these resolutions, actions points into a region term. We are learning every day. Region stands for generate, empower, where's the R? Where's the R? Okay, it's regulate, empower, include, organize, and normalize. So the format in which I am kindly going to request that we validate this action points and these resolutions is that I will go read them one by one, and under the generate, under the regulate theme, if we agree, let us just say, yes, we agree. If there are those semantics, language, reorganizing, we have our rapporteurs also ready for that, to just know to say, what is it that we want to just add or correct in that one. So our first action point or our first resolution is that member countries under regulate shall establish and periodically review legislation, policies, governance instruments, and support structures that promote gender equity and inclusion in sport, physical education, physical activities, and recreation. Then the second one is member countries, AUSC Region 5, and regional sports governing bodies commit to develop and implement safeguarding codes of conduct and reporting systems to eliminate discriminations and violation of women, girls, and people with disability. Okay. Girls and people with disability rights and promote accessibility and inclusion in sport, physical education and activity, physical activity and recreation at all levels. So that's another resolution under regulate. The third resolution is that member countries, AUSC Region 5, sports governing bodies shall promulgate legislation, develop policies and regulations that deal with manipulation of competitions, pay parity, and other biases against the rights and well-being of women, girls, and people with disability in sports, education, physical activity, and recreation. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall develop clear safeguarding guidance that prevent and protect women, girls, and people with disability in sport, physical education, physical activities, and recreation from non-accidental harm and harmful cultural traditions and practices that occur in sports. So these are the regulations which we have, the action point, the declaration that we have organized under regulate theme. I will pause here and ask the conference your view on this one and validation, and kindly request your validation on this resolutions under regulate before I move to empower. Can we see by show of hands if we are okay? And let me also advise that this are uploaded on our Google Drive, and you can access them on your gadgets as we deliberate on them right now. Dr. Chidagwa, and I'm seeing another hand. Doctor? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'll move to the empower. Member countries, AUSC, Region 5, and regional sports governing bodies commit to develop and implement education and training programs aimed at enhancing capacity for women, girls, and people with disability through establishment of mentorship programs, scholarships, bursaries, internships, and exchange programs. Member countries commit to establish athlete post-career economic empowerment systems and financing models with support from financial institutions to provide stimulus packages and startup kits that promotes women entrepreneurship through sport and sport-related business enterprises. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall conduct mandatory training of all leaders in sport, physical education, activity, and recreation on development and alignment of gender-responsive policies. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall formulate and ensure implementation of gender-responsive budgeting, gender-balanced resource mobilization, and allocation. So that's under empowerment. May I see validation hands? May I see validation hands? Is a question? Okay.
About education and how we can engage that. I see there's a provision there, but it doesn't talk much about how it can be stronger. It's almost like a wish list kind of arrangement. I don't know how the education aspect can come into it in a stronger way.
Okay, I'm going to give that one to Dampi and CEO to respond. Thank you.
I think what you are asking is for us to strengthen it and make it stronger. Okay, yeah, we will work on it.
But can we also, under inclusion, can we read 4.1 and see whether that one has not been well captured in there? For now, because it's there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for validating empowerment. I will move now to generate. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports government bodies shall develop and implement advocacy and lobbying strategies and programs to generate awareness and effect changes in policies, practices, attitudes, and beliefs towards women and sport issues. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and sports governing bodies shall ensure that government policies, commitments are translated into programs with clear indicators and impact targets. The last one is member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall identify national research priorities and conduct research on key gender-related issues to produce evidence-based intervention. So that is our resolution under generate. I have seen more hands coming this side and others at a middle row. May I see hands on my right row that are validating this resolution? It doesn't mean others can't validate, but I just want to ensure that we own this. Remember, we said our observation is if we don't own these resolutions, they will never get to be implemented. So we just have to have a sense that these are the resolutions, and just to say these resolutions are not coming out of rapporteurs' heads. These are discussions that we had over the last 3 days. I will act like in auction once. Okay, So I've got validation. Thank you so much. Then let us move into the inclusion. Members countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall develop systems and programs that provide inclusive, accessible, and cohesive sports, physical education, physical activity, and recreational at all levels. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies commit to promote increased participation of women and girls and people with disability in physical activities, sports and physical education for attainment of healthy lifestyles. Member countries, ministries responsible for sports to engage with ministries responsible for education to stimulate dialogue leading to review of existing physical education and teacher training curriculum. I think this is what we were pointing out to say in inclusion, education has really been captured as was discussed. So I am going to kindly again request that we validate this inclusion resolutions. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. We will move then to organize. So under organize, we are saying member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sport bodies shall establish functional structures that promotes effective implementation of the regional gender action plan. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall host gender conferences, symposias, workshops, and expositions that aim to benchmark against global trends and practices. Member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall develop and implement monitoring and evaluation instruments and guidelines for measuring impact of programs for women, girls, and people with disabilities in sport, physical education, physical activities, and recreation. So this is the resolutions, action points that we have come up with under organize. Once again, I am kindly going to request that we validate this. And remember, this have been uploaded in the Google Drive, so you can read them comfortably in case I'm missing some words here on your gadgets. I have seen validation. Oh, is that a question? Okay. Okay.
Sorry. I was saying sorry. It may be an issue of properly understanding English is not my first language. Where it says, and people with disabilities in physical activities, what does that necessarily mean? I want to understand. On include, then number 4.2, line number 3.
And people with disability, I think that's a typo.
It's a typo,
It's a
right?
typo. It should read participation of women and girls and people with disability and people with disabilities in physical activities. So it's not a typo, the way
Okay.
I'm reading it.
All right. Okay, it's still about maybe not also properly understanding. Would that imply only to physical disability or just the participation part in physical activities? Just participation.
I think that talks to participation.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. So I'll move to normalize, which is the last resolution for this conference. And it reads, member countries, AUSC Region 5 and regional sports governing bodies shall provide equal opportunities and support women and girls to reach their optimum sports performance. That was our last resolution. May I see hands that validate that, and with that, it will be saying we are owning these resolutions. We are going to be holding them dearly to our hearts and ensure that they are implemented in our respective countries. May I see validation hands? Thank you so much, ladies. I think this will bring us to the end of resolutions.
Are we happy? Yes. I'm not hearing happy. Are we happy? Yes. Okay, let's clap hands for her.
This one is the one who's.
We would like to officially welcome you to the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games, igniting the African dream. Welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
Okay, let's see you dance, and for the last time, because you are closing. You have asked for the song. Let's dance for the last time. Yes, we are closing.
Welcome to Malawi, yeah. Takulandilani, Zimbabwe, Botswana. Well, I need to say,
Malawi, here we come.
We bring the Chaka Zulu fire. Let me feel the energy. Hello,
where's the modulating?
We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors.
Yes. Igniting the African dream. Region 5 Games, be a part of the team. Witness the rise of an African tide. Angola, Namibia, that African side. Zambia, Mulishani, ignite the flame with us, Takuonani. Boxing, judo, we're bringing in basketball. Represent your flag, this is national.
Reigniting the African dream, yeah. Quarantine in a corner. Alini mwana gulite, volleyball, taekwondo. Bayagamoto nandi, ili ya bukudefu. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors.
Defana Africa, Puli Maroto de Africa. Tumela, Tumela, Botswana, Lesotho, Tumela. They're bringing the heat. Region 5 on fire. They're bringing the heat. That is a football on fire.
Bekeshu, Bekeshu. Watu mandani. Kutu Bekeshule. Mwana wa Malawi. Bekeshu, Bekeshu. Watu mandani. Kutu Bekeshule. Mwana wa Region 5. We are warriors, warriors. African
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We are
would
now
like to officially
closing.
welcome you.
Let's dance back. Let's dance back. We are closing. Yes. We are now getting to the closing ceremony. The conference is now coming officially to the end. Sorry about that. Yeah, we can negotiate. Women can negotiate. We can negotiate another extra 5 days. Thank you very much for that wonderful entertainment, our technical team. We are now coming to an end. We are coming to an end, and we'll now start with our closing ceremony. I will ask that we all rise because I believe all our guests have arrived. I'll ask that we all stand as we close with our national anthems, and then we'll start with the South African national anthem, and then the AU anthem.
Usisileleni Afrika, malupaganisu kondolayo, izwahimitanazo yetu. Usisilelena China, lusapolwayo, lulela buluga sichama sa Yesu. Usibuluke, sichabasa, Yesu, sichabasa, South Africa, South Africa. Africa, the tree of life. Let us
Thank you very much. I didn't hear that clap as we sing these beautiful anthems of ours. This is our last day. We have to shout and scream and dance and do everything together as we see ourselves for the last day. Thank you very much, and you may take your seat. I will now ask our CEO of the African Union Sport Council, Region 5, Stanley Motoya, to do our closing keynote address. You're welcome, sir.
Send over the resolution to the CEO.
My apologies, sir. I will ask Memi Boni to come and hand over the resolution for our conference, and let's give a round of applause as he comes on stage. And I thought you will stand up and grab that. This is a memorable day. This is a memorable day. Please. Yes. History in the making. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you, Memi Boni. Over to you, CEO.
Engineers, I'm going to ask us to kindly stand and observe a moment of silence. South Africa woke up to the sad news of the passing on of one of our renowned gender activists, spokesperson, Cheryl Roberts, who was called to higher order by the Almighty. Shall we all remember Cheryl in a moment of silence? Thank you. You may take your seats. We are warriors, warriors. But I want to hear you saying Dipate Moto. Now, when you say Dipate Moto in Chichewa, you are saying, give me the fire. Yeah? So when he says, we are warriors, warriors, Dipate Moto. So you are saying Dipate Moto, right? Let's try that one more time, yeah? We are warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. Okay, thank you so much to all the distinguished dignitaries that are here. Our dear participants, it's been an absolute 3 days. I'm sure you'd agree with me that it's been an absolute 3 days that we have been here in this very important, belated though, but very important conference. I want to start by recognizing in absentia a number of our dignitaries that have given us their blessings as we close this session. Of course, I would like to recognize the African Union Commissioner for Human Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, Her Excellency Ambassador Minata Smate Sesuma. And obviously, we are very grateful to her leadership in the department under which sport falls. I also want to recognize in absentia our Honorable Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture in South Africa, Honorable Nkosinathi Mthethwa, who was our guest of honor to officially open this session. I would like to recognize also in absentia members of the diplomatic corps that have been with us in their support. I want also to recognize the African Union Sports Council coordinator, Dr. Desha Sikabwa Chipande, ably represented here by my sister and good friend, Nicole Simbi. We welcome and I do recognize you. Of course, in absentia as well, our advisory board for the African Union Sports Council, an advisory board member, Dr. Mamoki Nto. I wish to recognize also from our online dignitaries, the CEO of the Global Observatory, Dr. Payashni Mitra, who gave us an amazing presentation. Of course, not forgetting as well my sister and good friend. I wanted to remind you yesterday that we got lost together in the Vatican when we were in Italy last week. I'm talking none other than Miss Melo Angela from UNESCO. Again, a very dependable sister of ours, from our own soil, hailing from Mozambique. I wish also to recognize in absentia the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture Acting Director General, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, who's been with us, and I'm sure you'd agree, the last 2 days here throughout with us in support. And our distinguished partners, the Association of International Sport for All, TAFISA, the Norwegian Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Sport, NIF, as well as Nashua Botswana, who is our distinguished partners. I want to recognize all the conference speakers and, of course, our task team that has done an amazing job, and I think they deserve a round of applause. An amazing job they've done. I want to recognize the members of the media, both our internal media team and, of course, our friends from the mainstream media, who have always made sure that this conference reaches out to as many people as we can. To all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. So it gives me great pleasure this afternoon and gratitude to officially close a very emotional event, I must say, having journeyed from 2013 to date. It's a very emotional event and moment to see us transform as a region from incubation of those years to the time that we are in today, which I want to call the contemporary time, in the journey that the region is traversing towards improving the welfare opportunities as well as development of our women and girls in the region. I'm glad as well and delighted that we come to an end of the Women in Sport Conference, which has been ongoing for the last 3 days here in the Rainbow Nation of South Africa. And we want to thank so much the government and the people of South Africa for giving us a home and for being warm to us and giving us hospitality that ensures that we feel at home even while we are away from home. During this period, delegates have been immersed in fruitful discourse spearheaded by renowned and passionate speakers and leaders from our region and beyond. And I'm extremely confident that the deliberations of this very engaging and sometimes highly charged conference have led to attainment of our intentional outcomes. And undoubtedly, I share similar sentiments with all the delegates and participants when I pronounce that, indeed, our expectations have been met. I wish to thank most profusely the support that we have received from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in South Africa and our partners that have made sure that this event would go as smoothly as it has. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to advise and pronounce to you that South Africa did come up and said, we are Africans and we are part of Region 5, and therefore we will contribute financially and technically towards the hosting of this conference, which is why we found ourselves here at the courtesy of the Republic of South Africa. I wish to commend all the delegates from the different Region 5 member countries and those that have come from other African countries beyond our borders of the region. And thank you so much. Thank you for finding time to be here and speak on a particular issue that is top and very close to the heart of Africa. When you read once again the blueprint that our heads of state and government have developed, Agenda 2063, which defines the Africa that we want. Your contributions have been valuable and played a major role in giving direction to the discussions that were at hand. I wish to also pay you tribute to the speakers who shared useful presentations and insights on different topics affecting women and girls in our region and elsewhere. It is our faith and hope that you all enjoyed and you treasured the moments that we've had over the last 72 hours. I'm hopeful that the conference lived up to its purpose and met the objectives as set out from inception. And fundamentally, the milestones gained in gender equity and inclusion since 2013, a Women's Sport Conference, which we dubbed Gaborone Declaration, have had an opportunity to be looked into for us to thread through and perpetuate the targets and stretch the elasticity of our resilience as a people in driving the agenda that is so core and dear to our hearts. Our concerted effort must be deployed unreservedly towards addressing key challenges faced by our women in sport and society and other facets of development which are obstructive to the progress and therefore development of our nations. We need pragmatic solutions, not mere intentions that yield decimal results. I need to pause there, colleagues, and say we are not an organization that can settle for mediocrity. We will not be satisfied by decimal progression. And therefore, we need bold steps that will ensure that we recover the lost ground of all the times that we have had imbalances that are weighing against our women and girls. Time is now for tangible evidence towards bridging the gap between men and women in our society. And the narrative must change to reverse the depressing statistics concerning women and girls in our sport and in our society. We need bold steps and transformative action for women and girls to resoundingly emerge victorious and to continue to thrive in whatever sphere of life their desire, including sport and recreation, demands. I have goals in my house, and I have always asked myself this question. In my house, there's no toilet that is labeled ladies and gentlemen. We use the same bathroom in my house. Why has society agreed and admitted and accepted that girls and women can be harassed and abused because of what they wear? Why has society allowed that? Why has society allowed women to be abused because of who they are as a people? And that is what us as a region are determined to contribute towards setting up a society that speaks to the Africa that we want. The resolutions of this conference, which have been handed over to me as the SG of the region to forward to higher authorities. And I must mention that our advisory board is meeting next week, and I will duly hand over to the advisory board, who also then escalate to the Council of Ministers. And it is my view that these resolutions are a testament of a collective agreement of all stakeholders present here to contribute towards a positive difference on gender sensitivity and balance. Coupled with the Regional Gender Action Plan that spent most of our yesterday and today, the resolution of this conference must essentially guide all our member countries in producing policies and strategies that will drive effective implementation of rehabilitation of our society towards its attitudes, towards its competencies, and towards its support and value towards our women and girls. We are extremely confident that all the targets set out in this conference through the declaration as well as the action plan will be met without excuses. I look forward to a journey that we will see as we do our impact assessment and tracing of the road that we will take between now and 2028, to see the impactful implementation of the Women in Sport programs in our member countries, inspired by these conference outcomes. As Region 5, and I stand on behalf of the Council and the Advisory Board to pledge that we will ensure implementation of these resolutions within the means and, of course, the resources at our disposal. Our desire is to build and sustain a region that is sensitive to the needs of the women, a region that is sensitive to the aspirations of the girls, and a region that is sensitive to the vulnerabilities of our marginalized constituencies of our society. And that will help us to build an inclusive society of the region. We remain resolute, ladies and gentlemen, in striving to build a society that is tolerant and respectful of its women and girls as equal human beings that are treated with love, with care, with dignity, and of course, with a value that any other human being would extend to humanity. As I conclude, I wish all of us a very safe passage back to our individual home stations, because we are coming from one country called Region 5. So I don't wish anyone to be going to any other country except Region 5. We can only ask that you take the best memories of this conference, Nico, as you go back to Yaoundé, and even when you go back to Rwanda, to Kigali, take the best memories of this conference back to our different stations. And most importantly, may I ask that you take away valuable lessons which will help you and all of us to implement sports and development programs for sustainable transformation and development of our women and girls in Africa, in our region, and in the entire world. I want to pause very quickly and say that the African Union, through the African Union Sports Council, is driving conclusion of the sports policy for sustainable development in Africa, which has got 5 pillars that are critical to what has been discussed here. Pillar number 1 is for us to develop an active Africa, an Africa which has got people that are physically active, fit for economic transformation. Pillar number 2 is an Africa that is a winning Africa. I was saying yesterday to some colleagues, Africa now needs to stop celebrating that her teams have qualified for the World Cup or the Olympics. We still have got countries who spend 2-3 months celebrating that their athletes have qualified for the Olympics, or that their teams have qualified for the World Cup, or even for AFCON, by the way. It is time to move away from celebrating qualifying as a region. It's now time for us to celebrate that we have stood on the podium with the best of the best, because we deserve to be there. The third pillar is an innovative Africa, an Africa that has got systems, an Africa that utilizes its digital technologies, an Africa that uses its own sports science and sports medicine and other support services to develop the Africa that we want. And the fourth pillar of this policy looks at a sustainable Africa, an Africa that uses sport as a catalyst, as a vehicle, as a vector, and the nexus for our development in all facets. Talk tourism, talk economic transformation, talk health. Sport must be that top agenda, and creating the networks within the global community. And finally, the fifth and final pillar being a united Africa. Africa has to be united. Africa does not need the negativities of the fights, of the conflicts in sport, where we see issues of governance chatting, and trending that we are seeing even up to now. And we need an Africa that is united, an Africa that has got integrity issues at the top of the agenda, and an Africa that drives its people towards a common destiny. It is now my singular honor to declare the 2022 African Union Sports Council Region 5 Women in Sport conference held under the theme Gender Equity Towards Sustainable Change, officially closed. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you very much. For the first time, I heard the ululating. Can we hear that again? Yes. Now this sounds like an African women's conference. I've been asking for that, CEO, and nobody gave it to me. And thank you for making them to do that. Thank you very much. Let's give our CEO a round of applause. Thank you. Now we have an entertainment to wrap this wonderful event. There's a Namibian song they will have, and then we have our guest and surprise that we will give you after the Namibian song. They're hijacking now. They're hijacking. They're going to beat Malawi definitely.
Botswana, Kaire, Mama, where's Botswana?
Vote of thanks. In.
Botswana, Kaire, Botswana, Kaire, Botswana, Kaire, Mama,
Bakai Botswana.
South Africa, South Africa, Kaire. South Africa, Kaire, Mama, South Africa, South Africa, South Africa, Kaire, Malawi, Kaire, Malawi, Malawi, Kaire, Mama, Malawi, 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 Malawi. Lesotho, Kaire, Mama, Lesotho, Kaire, Mama, Botswana, Zambia, Kaire, Mama, Angola, Kaire, Mama, Angola, Mama, Zimbabwe, Mama, Swatini, Kaire, Mama, South the region,
Thank you very much. A round of applause as we go and sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful song. I can see that you just, created it here and it worked. Thank you very much. Now we have a surprise. I'm waiting for you to quickly, because our guests will be leaving very soon. We have a surprise, and I know that the women are always tricky. They had to convince. There was a group that was entertaining somewhere in one of the conference room, and somebody that I will not mention her name, she convinced them to come here. Tuli, you are trouble. They are called Kings of Harmony Voices. In short, is KHV from Soweto. They just want to share and offer themselves. They volunteered. They just volunteered to come and, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Dumelang. Sanbonani. How do you say it? Is it goeie morning, goeie morning, goeiemiddag? Thank you. You know what? As we're walking in here, we realize there are a lot of beautiful women here. Yeah. Ladies, let me say this. You are so beautiful, so very cis. You are what? You are cis. You are what? Cis. What? Not cis in a bad way. Cis simply means sisters in executive posture. That's right. Give yourself a round of applause. All right. Some of you are clapping hands as if you are baptized in lemon juice. You know, you gotta show it. Clap your hands for yourself, please. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. With the group that stands before you is called Kings of Harmony Voices. And we felt since this conference are full of women, we want to celebrate women, celebrate the things you do in life, the beautiful things, gifts that God has given in you. Remember, you are not just an extension to this world, but you are a completion and a complement in this world. Give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much. So we're going to hoy only two songs. Is that okay? 2 songs, then we leave. If you want us again, it's fine. No, you can just order us. We are on the menu. Order us, you pay. Simple as that. You order us, we pay. We are at your service. Plus, in December, in 2 months' time, we'll be having a concert in Soweto Theatre, where we'll be, blessing people for the new year festive seasons. If you're around Soweto, please pass Nitwilapana Soweto Theatre and come enjoy the music. Thank you so much. The first one we're going to sing, it speaks about standing for what is right. There's no need, there's no point to stand for what is right when you just cannot stand against the wrong. So continue to the right, okay? There's no need
Standing up for the right.
unless you're gonna
Stand up against the wrong. Tell me how you gonna handle the storm if you are weak.
unless you make your
Mind up to be strong.
Well, you got to do the right, 'cause it won't be long.
It won't be long.
Got to do the right, 'cause it won't be long.
It won't be long.
Now let me tell you that it's
Easy to hate your enemy.
and it's just as
Easy to love your friend. Tell me how you gonna learn to love. The Bible tells you
you gotta let the
love of God to be
well, you got to do
right.
'cause it won't be long.
It won't be long.
Well, you got to do the right, 'cause it won't be long.
It won't be long. Don't you wanna love him better? Don't you wanna love him more? Can't you hear the Savior is knocking? He's knocking at your door. Don't you wanna make all you got to deal with the undertaker? He will take you over. Don't you know the Bible is fulfilling?
Well, you got to do the right, 'cause it won't be long.
It won't be long.
You got to do the right, 'cause it won't be long.
It won't be long.
Got to do the right. Well,
You've got to do right, oh, all the little right.
You've
got to do right, oh, all the little right. You've got to do right, oh, all the little right. You've got to do right, oh, all the little right.
you got to do
You've got to do right, oh, all the little right.
well, you got to do
right, oh, all the little right.
well, you got to do right. Cause it won't be long. It wanna be. It wanna be. Oh, the next song it speaks about gender-based violence. We really stand against violence. Because they say, wathinta imbokodo wathinta yini? Wathinta imbokodo wathinta yini? In English, wathin box, you tin fuzz. It's beautiful. So I just want to sing the song and just to play. Is that okay? Thank you.
Asibambaneni madoda thina sivikele ingane nomama. Sithi cha cha cha. We say no. No no. To gender-based violence.
Ari tshwaraneng bontate rona re sireletse bana le bomme re re che.
We say no.
No no.
We say no to abuse and
human trafficking.
Well, we say no.
Human trafficking.
Esomandla nqanda uhlukumezo siphelile isizwe sakho sibonisa indlela okunqoba senzeni bawo sixolele ngelogazi laphalala kwinkosi uJesu malehlelena kosomandla njengembewu yawela emhlabeni iyawa lembewu mama iyawa imbewu mama iyawa imbewu iyawa yawela emhlabeni iyawa lembewu mama iyawa imbewu mama Eli Baba, Eli Baba, Lama Sawaka, Eli Baba, Eli Baba, Eli Baba, Ayo Lama Sawaka, Eya Walembe Umama, Eya Wembe Umama, Eya Wembe Umama, Eya Wembe Umama, Eya Wembe Eya Wawa, Ya Welem Shabeni, Eya Walembe Umama, Eya Wembe Umama, Eya Wembe Eya Wawa, Ya Welem Shabeni. Inkosi Yesu Kristu yabethelwe siphambanweni ifela mina nawe sikolelwe izono zethu Inkosi Yesu Kristu yabethelwe siphambanweni ifela mina nawe sikolelwe izono zethu Yawa
Let's give them a round of applause. How? Gentlemen, we have the women's conference here. So when they demand and ask, we cannot say yeah. You pay more.
The last song, isn't it? And you mean the last song? Not one after the other. The last one. I promise you, the next one we'll sing only one.
Shine.
You can join us.
We move it, 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 we move it,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Gentlemen, hello, gentlemen, the beautiful choir that is just left, can we just have this message? Hello? Yes, we want to take this opportunity to thank you for volunteering, and also thank you, the marketing person, Tuli, who went and attracted you to this place. Usually, women are the ones singing for the men. Now we had the men singing for the women. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes. Thank you very much. I think I left my paper there. Yes, now we are closing. Finally, we are closing. From that nice entertainment, I will now call Dr. Monewang Leshota, the Chair of Commission on Gender Equity of Badminton Confederation of Africa, to give us a vote of thanks. Doctor, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I was hoping I would have a stage, that nice class thing I don't have. So you're going to have to look at me. I'm going to read this. Unfortunately, the CEO has just moved out, but I'm going to do this on his behalf. Anyway, the first thing that I want to say is to observe all protocol, and also to say this is an honor for me and for my federation to be able to stand here and give a vote of thanks on behalf of us all. We would like to thank, firstly, the South African government through the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture for all the support in hosting this conference. We were greatly honored to have the Honorable Minister with us, even though he didn't dance, unfortunately. And we want to say thank you all to the partners also who made this possible. Mr. Mutoya is not here, but when he comes back, I'm going to ask him to accept our thanks and gratitude on behalf of myself and everybody for his team, everyone in the Oscar Region 5 team who has made this possible. He has accepted our resolutions, and for me, that's a pledge for support for our processes and activities that we want to engage with as we move out of this place. We'd like to thank all the sporting fraternities, including the Olympic movement, the Paralympic movement, Special Olympics, Sport for All, Sport for Social Development, all confederations, and anyone that I've left out who's here and made this possible. Dr. Anto, who has left now for the advisory team, we say thank you. I wouldn't be standing here, but I want to personally thank my home girl, Memwe Boni. You've been wonderful, you've made us proud. And please accept this on behalf of your task team and everybody that has made this conference what it was. It has been a conference of class, I have to say that. A few days ago, actually yesterday, there was a meeting at work. And when they sent apologies on my behalf, the Vice Chancellor asked, what is she doing in sports? I thought she was teaching mathematics. And I think this is the point that I want to talk about. Many of us are here and we are what we are because of our participation in sport. This conference has shown that clearly for many of us. Some of those things that we are not taught in class, we get them from interactions with other women as we have done. I would like to also say our two moderators, Malebu and Kusnet, have just been wonderful. They've just been wonderful. They were terrific. They bossed us and bullied us. We ended up liking it, isn't it? Thank you again. A huge applause for them. Our presenters, all of them online and here, some of them are still here. You have inspired us, you have re-energized us, and we feel we can go back and do what we want to do and what we want to achieve. Thank you very much. Many of us are here because our countries have supported us to come here. And so for all of those countries who made it possible for us to come here, please, a big applause for them and for ourselves. We have the technical team, and I think we need a big applause for them. They've just been wonderful. The technical team, they started with sabotage. They had us. At the end, they were just so good. Thank you again. And we are not going to leave all the support that we got from the hotel services and food and everyone that I have not mentioned. Please accept our thanks. The friends of the women are the men who are standing here today. I think we are proud to call them our friends. They did something for us. Thank you so much. Ladies, it is time to go back home. It is time to leave Johannesburg. For me, this has been a call and a big call to redefine our theory of change. Otherwise, we are going to come back again and talk the same thing. Let's go back and change the status quo. Let's go back and disrupt the institutional culture. Otherwise, we won't have a different conversation when we come back. Let's engage the men. Let's engage the men until they hear us. Our advocacy should not stop here. Let's do that. My final request to all of us, could all the young ladies in here please stand up? Everyone that considers themselves young, they know themselves. Okay, yeah. Some people have to sit down. Some people have to sit down. Right. I would like all of us to give a big applause to these girls, a big one. And thank you, girls, and I'll call you girls. Thank you, girls, sit down. Thank you for being with us, for listening to us, and not being afraid to say how you feel. You've made us really proud. My request to all of us here who are not young is, as we go back, we should never apologize for being women and fighting for our rightful place in sport. We deserve our place and space. Could I ask that as we go back, we clone ourselves? Everyone have at least 4 clones of yourself, so that the next time we come, our team here needs a bigger place, because we are all bringing our own clones. That's the only way we are going to see the succession happening with us. I think with this one, I'm saying we have just been given the mandate as we go back. We have discussed our action plan and we have debated it. We have just endorsed the 6 resolutions, and I'll say them again: to regulate, to empower, to generate, to include, to organize, and to normalize. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. There's nothing totally that I can say. It's just to say she thanked me. And Doctor, when you were asking for the young ones to stand up, I'm sure that you didn't say the young at heart. You said the young ones. So I saw someone. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you so much for the wonderful 3 days that you have been so wonderful with all the discussions that we have. Thank you for committing to the development of sport. And without doubt, we will see you again. And I'm hoping that we will see you either at the IWG conference or at the next conference, and definitely in Malawi. So all what I'm saying is I want to thank, yes, Malawi. I want to thank also the Birchwood Hotel for trusting me with their emergency plan. Yes. And thank you very much. We lead the change and determine the future to be part of the change. And the next theme is Change, Inspire, Change. And from the African Union Sport Council Region 5, the Women in Sport Conference Committee, and also the task team that was tasked for this, I'm saying from the leading home of innovation and excellence, Zikomo Kwambiri, we see you in Malawi. Thank you. Thank you,
Jerusalem, Ikayalami, Ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana, Jerusalema, ikhaya lami. Ilondoloze, uhambe nami, zungangishilana, Oluwabona. I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times as a juvenile. Ilondoloze, zungangishilana. Look into my eyes, see pain and sacrifice. What's goes on my mind? Just trying to survive. Ilondoloze, zungangishilana. Tomaka emo wuru, oti wuru si wuru. Emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju o. Ni ene teji soro, time si mi solo. Lati ikoro si gboro, now to Ikorodu.
Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, zuhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana.